Good evening. This is to formally advise that as required by Massachusetts General Law,
Recording in progress.
Chapter 30A, sections 18 to 25, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, signed into law on June 16, 2021, as extended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, the Yarmouth Select Board will hold a public meeting on Tuesday, January 21st, 2025, at 6 p.m. in the hearing room, Yarmouth Town Hall, 1146 Route 28 South, Yarmouth, Mass. 02664. The public is welcome to attend either in person or via the alternative public access provided on the town website. If we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Unfortunately, since our last board meeting, we have had some very sad news. Peter Smith, who was one of our members of our select board, in fact, he used to sit right there in that empty seat. How chilling to see it like that tonight. Has lost his struggle with cancer and has passed away. So I would like you all to join me, please, in a moment of silence for Peter. Our thoughts and prayers go with his family, and he was a wonderful man, and he will be greatly, greatly missed. Okay. Does any of the board want to add to that? Nope. First item we have on the agenda is announcements. Do we have any?
Madam Chair, your Zoom mistress here would like to say something briefly.
Sure.
I'd like to announce that I have office hours that have been set up at the Yarmouth Senior Center on February 20th from 3 to 4. So I encourage everybody to come find me at the Yarmouth Senior Center on February 20th, starting at 3 and going on until 4. Okay. Thank you.
Liz, as we're hearing from you, I just want to announce that you are with us remotely participating tonight due to, you've gotten the, shall we call it the winter crud, that upper respiratory.
Yes.
You poor thing. So
I'm keeping it to myself.
Thank you. Liz, we're very pleased that you're keeping your germs to yourself, and we welcome you remotely tonight. Thanks, Liz. Okay, the first item we have on the agenda tonight is also announcements. Any other announcements this evening? Okay, I have public comments. Anyone in the room like to make some public comment? Right up there, Bob.
Good evening, Select Board. My name is Bob Kelly. I'm a local historian. I live in the Bass River Historic District. I'd like to make a few comments towards the town common subject. Between 1935 and 1980, the town of Yarmouth abandoned all semblance of historic roots in how Route 28 was developed. Yarmouth has no center anywhere. The concept of a town common across from Town Hall would be a great use of what is arguably the largest open space in downtown South Yarmouth. I believe the town blew it in 2007 when the John Simpkins School Review Committee wanted to convert the former school into a community center with all the open land behind it. All the reasons that the old building could not be resurrected culminated in some private entity restoring the building for affordable housing, which is only 10% affordable. What nearsightedness, what a terrible loss for the town. The field just sits there and is used occasionally. The whole open space could be converted to good use. I would propose to revive the concept of the 2007 John Simpkins School Review. The committee for that study was David Reed, Brian Carey, Tracy Post, Tom Roach, Kurt Sears, and Martin Rivero. We could use the MacArthur School as the centerpiece. The school could be completely renovated and expanded into a Yarmouth Library and Learning Center. Its uses that it could provide are too numerous to mention. As in the 2007 review, the expansive green could be set up with a walk around of memorial bricks with the residents' support. There could be a large gazebo bandstand for summer concerts, arts, and crafts. The Joshua Stephen Sears ball field would be maintained. The entrance to and exit from the facility could be Route 28, not to disturb the historic continuity of Old Main. Additionally, I would like to see John G. Sears III honored in conjunction with this common in some way. John stems from a particular line of Searses that settled right here in Friends Village and owned part of James Pond, which is located right behind the Hearth and Kettle, and lands which extended to Bass River. John was a real old-time Cape Codder and would have forgotten more history than I could remember.
As a historian.
When he came of age, his father, John G. II, asked him if he was going to buy a horse for landscaping business. He replied, "I think I'll buy a truck." This line of Searses, and I promise this is short, this line of Searses stemming from Barnabas Sears was quite unique. Barnabas, John's third great-grandfather, was a Baptist, paid for the pew in the Baptist meeting house where he attended every Sunday, but he married a Quaker and is buried in Friends Cemetery. Go figure. He inherited the entire estate of Quaker John Killey, who lived at 188 Old Main Street, and who married Elizabeth Pollard. They had no children. Elizabeth was the sister of the famous Captain George Pollard of the ship Essex of the Moby Dick fame. True. Other generations in John's line were seafaring men, owned local salt works, lumber yards, and were school teachers. What a great local opportunity we have here as we are sitting right here in our laps. We should take hold of this opportunity and let's not make the same mistake twice and do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Do we have anyone else in the room who would like to make a public comment? I see we do online. Vita, it has been a while. I haven't seen you. Vita Morris, you want to unmute yourself?
There, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Welcome back,
Okay.
Vita.
No, I was just saying, I know it has been a while, but I see that there is a DOT presentation scheduled in the agenda tonight. Is this something in which the public will be able to participate with comments or questions or anything like that after the presentation? Or
Yeah.
if we want to say anything with regard to that, we should do it right now?
Actually, Vita, you can hold it specifically until the presentation.
Until after the
Right.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Joe Glenn, I see your hand up.
Hi, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
I can indeed. How are you, Joe?
I'm doing pretty well, thank you. I just wanted to, I saw on the agenda, I don't know if it's still happening, but I wanted to welcome those new police officers to our great force and the sergeant for his leadership that's coming in. That's always great to add to our great leadership team at the Yarmouth Police Department. And I also wanted to point out, there's been some discussion about the airport and moving it And, you know, I don't have a say or an opinion on it, surprise, surprise, on it in any way, but I do think that Yarmouth should have a voice in it. Remember those wells that are in the Yarmouth side, the air pollution where I did live over that way, and the Hyannis Park Civic Association has pointed that out. So there is, you know, not only regional impacts, but Yarmouth impacts, and I think we should have a bigger seat at the table, because people just kind of view it as a Barnstable Town Council decision, and if it's a regional decision, then we should have input on it, and maybe a select board member Forrest will have an opinion from the county commissioners. But I just feel that we should have some kind of input on it at some point, because it is, you know, everything that happens in Barnstable, in Lewis Bay, and I feel the same way about the Steamship Authority. We should have more of a say, and the hospital. Half of the hospital is in Yarmouth, but we don't seem to have a great input on those impacts that happen to that West Yarmouth and the Hyannis Park community. So that's all I have for today. Have a great meeting, and good luck and safe police work for those new members on the force. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Speaking of which, Chief Lennon, would you like to join us up front, please?
I gotta get the crew, hold on.
We have to go and get the crew. Okay. This is the best part of the whole agenda we have tonight,
That's the truth.
isn't it, though?
Somebody else for public comment.
Oh, public comment? Oh, sorry, we did have someone come in. Okay, Susan, if you'd like to come up.
Yes, and I'll be very quick, because I know you've got a full agenda tonight. Susan Britter, and I'm from West Yarmouth. I'm actually here to thank you all. I'm part of the, I still call it the drive-in site committee to develop the site. And later on this evening, Jim will give you the tortured history of how that site was developed and how we finally are where we are today. And as part of that process, as you know, we approached the board several years ago about the naming. We got to the point where, what are we going to do about the name? And you very wisely said to the drive-in site committee, go back and ask the citizens what they want. Get some suggestions from them and bring it forth to the board, which is exactly what we did. We did a survey. We put advertisements in the local bulletin boards. We asked local homeowners associations and neighbors, what do you think we ought to name it? And we put together a list, survey. We did the survey. Kathy Williams and Jim did a great job sort of combining all those suggestions into categories. We brought the suggestions back to the board and said, this is what the citizens are suggesting and what they would prefer to have as a name for the park, what we call it the Parkers River Landing. That was our suggestion. So I want to thank you for that opportunity, because otherwise the citizens would not have had an opportunity to participate. Since then, there's been some different suggestions about the naming. We came back to the board and said, look, we would like to revisit this one more time, because we really feel very strongly that we brought forth what the citizens wanted, and would like you to reconsider it again. And thankfully, you all said, sure, come back and let's talk about it again. It's very refreshing, quite frankly, to have a board that does listen and does reconsider their decisions. And I'm happy to say thank you again for the second opportunity to come back here tonight and support what we did to represent the citizens' desire for the naming of that site. Those back and forths and people getting dug in on their positions, it's refreshing to see a board that does listen to the citizens and is willing to bring it up again, and let's work something out and make sure that what we asked the citizens to do, we did. They came forward, they participated, and we're appreciative of your giving us another opportunity to come back tonight to support their decision. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. David, I see you have some comments.
Yes, thank you very much. David Reed from South Yarmouth. I, too, was on the committee for the drive-in site utilization committee and presented actually the decision, the report to you when you made your decision on the name. As Jim will explain, I think the letter to you does, we've received some further input and some pushback, if you want to call it that, on the name that was selected. And we thought it appropriate for the committee to at least bring back to your attention the information we had received since you made your decision, in the hope that you at least take a second look at it and see if you think maybe you should reconsider the naming of the park. On the town common issue, which is coming up for you later this evening, I can't tell you how thrilled I was when Mr. Forrest called me and said, hey, I read that old report that you guys wrote 17 years ago, Tracy and I and others.
I think my
Maybe
hair
we
was
should
black
take another
then.
look at that, too. And he was particularly thinking in terms of I guess, John Sears' passing brought it kind of to his attention, kind of to the forefront. And the article that I believe you're going to consider is simply to explore further the logistics and the feasibility of doing that. And I would certainly encourage you to at least take that step and see if we can still do what we thought was a fairly modest project in terms of the common itself as opposed to the building, back when we wrote the original report in 2008, I believe, that was submitted to you. So I just encourage you to keep an open mind and take a look at that. I don't know what Tracy thinks about it, but I think she'll probably at least want to take another look at it herself. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Chief, come on up.
Good evening, thank you. It's an exciting night tonight for the Yarmouth Police Department. So we're going to swear in Sergeant Ryan Murphy. Ryan, if you can come up, please. And then do the introduction of the two new officers. So this is an important step for the police department. First-line supervisors are vital to the success of any police department, as they have a direct impact on officer wellness, officer morale, public perception, and the overall operational effectiveness of the organization. I'm proud to introduce tonight Sergeant Ryan Murphy. Sergeant Murphy began his full-time law enforcement career with the town of Wellfleet in 2014 and transferred to the Yarmouth Police Department in 2017. Sergeant Murphy was a member of our proactive anti-crime unit, the bike patrol unit, and he was a member of our field training unit. Sergeant Murphy has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, a master's degree in public administration from Anna Maria, and throughout his career, Sergeant Murphy has conducted himself with professionalism, compassion, and dedication to our service. Sergeant Murphy is a proven leader, and I'm confident that he will excel in his new role. So Sergeant Murphy is accompanied by his family tonight, but please join me in congratulating Sergeant Murphy for promotion to sergeant. He started training 2 weeks ago, that's why he already has his badge on, so we're not going to pin him tonight. But our town clerk is going to swear him in now.
Good evening.
Good evening.
If you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name,
I, Ryan Murphy,
do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully and impartially
that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
the duties incumbent upon me
the duties incumbent upon me
as a sergeant for the Town of Yarmouth Police Department,
as the sergeant for the town of Yarmouth Police Department,
in accordance with the Charter and bylaws,
in accordance with the charter and bylaws,
rules and regulations
rules and regulations
of the Town of Yarmouth,
of the town of Yarmouth,
the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts,
the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts,
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And next, we have the introduction of two new officers. If I could have Officer Michael Nardone and Officer Jackson Warren come up, please. Officer Michael Nardone, he's a homegrown Yarmouth person, Yarmouth boy. Michael graduated from Dennis Yarmouth Regional High School in 2021, went on to Springfield College and then Green Bay College in New Hampshire. On January 24th, Michael graduated from the 77th ROC Municipal Police Training Academy held in Plymouth, and Michael is accompanied by his friends tonight. Michael attended the academy with Officer Jackson Warren. Jackson graduated from Nauset Regional High School in 2020 and enlisted in the U.S. Army. Jackson served in the Army from February of 2020 until 2023 when he was honorably discharged. And yes, believe it, at his size, he jumped out of airplanes. Jackson was assigned to the Airborne Infantry and attained the rank of E4 while he was serving. Jackson also graduated from the MPTC 77th ROC Academy in Plymouth on the 24th. And Jackson is accompanied by his family tonight. So please welcome the two newest members of the Yarmouth Police Department. Both have started their rigorous 13 weeks of field training, where they will be paired up with a field training officer for 3 separate phases. And once they complete their training, they will be on solo patrol, hopefully around the end of June. And they will now be sworn in by our town clerk.
Gee, you're bringing them on just in time for the summer.
We'll do the same if you could raise your right hands and repeat after me. I. Please state your name. Do solemnly swear and affirm that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform the duties incumbent upon me as a police officer for the town of Yarmouth in accordance with the charter and bylaws, rules and regulations of the town of Yarmouth, the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. So help me God. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. You two could watch out for each other.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Take the pens back. Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Welcome to the force. Thank you so much. I'll just give a minute for the room to clear.
It's great to see the families. I love
Oh,
this.
see the little ones?
Guy, if I snuck out with them all, anyone knows?
Okay, next up on the agenda, we have the Mass Department of Transportation update on Route 28. Bob, you want to introduce our speakers?
Yeah, well, we've got Tom Currier from MassDOT here, and Jeff also, I know, has set this up, and we welcome Tom. It's great to get an update on this project. It's very near to our heart.
You bet, Bob. It's great to be here. It's always good to come back to Yarmouth. With me tonight is your designer, Greenman Peterson Inc., that's John Tamburini, the team leader, and Steve Babelis, the traffic engineer, and Sean McIntyre, who is doing support engineering work, highway design. So we have a presentation. We will buzz through it. I know you've got a big agenda tonight, and we'll just hit the high points to keep things moving. But project's on track. We're shooting for summer of 2028, if everything continues to go according to Hoyle. And I'm going to invite John over to take us through the slide presentation.
Why don't you have everybody sit at the table over here?
Oh, sure, right here?
Yeah. Get everybody over here so we can,
You can pull up another chair there.
yeah, so you can compare notes and.
Get comfy. Not too comfy, just a little comfy.
So with that, John,
All right.
have at it.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting us here. Like Tom said, we'll try and buzz through this a little quickly. All right. There's something on the.
So just as a precursor, I will introduce the project. This is corridor improvements on Route 28 in Yarmouth from the Yarmouth town line with Barnstable to the Parker River. So it's roughly 3.5 miles, I think, if you count the little segments of side streets. And we're anticipating today, if we put it out to bid, to be roughly $65 million, that 3.5 miles, which includes intersection improvements all the way along. We're going to build a roundabout at that intersection, the one near the town line at Barnstable. And it looks to us like the biggest lift will be permitting the drainage system required and the right-of-way. It's MassDOT's going to be doing all the takings, all the acquisitions for rights, but there's hundreds of cases out there, hundreds of impacted parcels. You got to go twice as fast now, John.
All right. We're in business now. All right. So how did we get here? So this project back in 2019, a road safety audit was conducted, which is pretty much an evaluation of safety deficiencies at intersections and corridors. 25% design. It was actually completed almost 4 years ago, next month. But since then, the project has really evolved, and we've enhanced the intersection designs and extended the project limits. Supplemental 25% design was then developed and submitted in August of 2022. However, after further coordination with the town and MassDOT, it was determined that the design for the Townbrook Road intersection be further reconsidered. And after this was completed, a recommended design for the corridor was submitted in in June of 2023. We then presented our findings to the Board of Selectmen in August of 2023. And a few months later, right before Thanksgiving in 2023, we held a design public hearing presenting. So, and here we are tonight. We really just wanted to present a quick update as to where the project stands. So what we've been doing since we last met in November of 2023, there's been a lot of ongoing coordination efforts that we've progressed the 75% design. Some include coordinating with the town on new developments that have been constructed, that are in the permit phase, and we've been reviewing, incorporating the town's new water and sewer as part of the wastewater construction project. I believe contracts 5 and 6 run through our project limits. We've redelineated the wetlands throughout the project limits. We've conducted geotechnical borings for proposed walls and traffic signal mast arm foundations. We physically located all of the existing drainage outfalls. As you can see in this picture right here, this is one of them. So many of which are buried that we've noticed, which is made for a very challenging drainage design, but it'll certainly be improved, that's for sure. We've conducted supplemental survey for areas of new construction since the project was previously surveyed, and I know I've heard some mention that people are seeing some spray paint out there, and what that is part of our subsurface utility engineering, otherwise known as SUE, quality level B. We have people out there that are finding the underground existing utilities throughout the project limits. So that's what you see out there. This really helps us during the design and makes the construction go a little bit smoother. So quality level B, there's actually 4 stages to subsurface utility engineering, A, B, C, and D. B is where you physically locate the utility underground, so you're accurate horizontally within inches. Quality level A is the higher, so that's where we would identify conflicts, coordinate with the District 5, and identify any areas that we might need test pits for, and that's where you dig the test pits and find the vertical data as to, you know, how deep is the existing utility, thickness of if it's a duct bank, how wide. So we'll get to that stage. Quick overview, this is the project area. As some of you might not be familiar, so it starts in Barnstable at the Yarmouth Road intersection. We'll be meeting up with where this project, the project that's currently under construction, move about 3 miles easterly to the Parker's River Bridge, and that's where the project limits extend, and we'll be doing side street work as well. So we've identified throughout the project corridor 3 high crash locations. I won't get into too much detail. This is actually a 3-minute flyover video. Believe it might be posted. We've shown this at the last 2 previous meetings, so we won't show that right now, but we can certainly share it, and the town can put it on their website if appropriate, if they would choose to. But it pretty much just shows the what the project will look like. So what do we want to accomplish with this project? We understand the need for safer pedestrian and bicycle accommodations, especially throughout the summer when tourism is more prevalent. The project will improve pedestrian accommodations, add bike accommodations, improve intersection safety and geometry, bus stop accommodations and efficiency, and as mentioned earlier, upgrade a lot of the utilities that are out there. Briefly touched through some of the alternatives. So we had gone through 4 different cross-section alternatives. Weren't too many changes, too many differences. It was mostly, you know, should we do a shared use path on the southern side, and sidewalk on the northern side, and vice versa. Ultimately, we chose to go with a shared use path from the Yarmouth Town line to the Parker's River Bridge. So shared use paths on the south side, sidewalk, cement concrete sidewalk on the northern side. As you get into Barnstable, it flip-flops and that's because of right-of-way and other developments out there. These are just some of the intersections along Route 28 with some of the connecting streets that we've studied, and some of the proposed design. Preferred alternative, as I mentioned, shared use path and 5-foot grass buffer on the southern side of the roadway, and a 5.5-foot cement concrete sidewalk on the northern side. And this all 5-foot shoulders.
5-foot shoulders.
Yep. And this alternative was preferred in order to avoid impacts to sensitive and critical properties along the northern side of Route 28, such as the Baxter Grist Mill and the cemetery by West Yarmouth Road. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Steve.
Hello, how you doing tonight? I'm going to focus on really what's changed since you've all had opportunity to last see this project, and also just briefly touch upon what we are proposing at some of the major intersections. So the truth is not much has changed as in the design. It's just been advanced since the 25% submittal had occurred when we last presented a design public hearing. What has been done is largely a lot of stuff related to the signals have been advanced. As noted, we've done the necessary work to understand what's going on under the ground, finalizing the signal timing, the sequences, and the equipment that would be involved. There's been a couple of design changes that, based on feedback we received at the hearing, that have been integrated in the design, and I'm going to share with you. Let's see, which one?
It's
This one right here. So at the intersection of Route 28 and East Main Street, one of the key design changes that has been implemented is the access from the Hayes Law's offices onto Murray Road. Previously in the design, it's shown where the law office had direct access into the roundabout. After discussions with the owner of the property, we were able to redesign the entrance so that it still connects directly to Murray Road, and Murray Road still will now have full access to the roundabout. So that will mean that those who are entering and exiting from that road will be able to go any direction that they would want, which is different than today. Another key design element that's different from when it was last presented at design public hearing is refinement to the crossing, the pedestrian crossing on the eastern, the eastern exit from the roundabout. So I'm going to try to use the laser. Here we go. This crosswalk crosses two exit lanes. And considering these unique circumstances, we are proposing a pedestrian hybrid beacon. And what that is it's a pedestrian signal for that crossing. So this was something that we were considering at the design public hearing, but as the design has advanced, it has been fully integrated into the design.
We don't, can I ask questions as we go, or do you want me to wait?
No.
till the end?
We'd like
No,
you
it'd
to,
be better
just
if we-
hold your questions until we finish, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Well,
That'll
think-
get us to the end quicker.
Okay.
But hang on to it. We want to hear it. Go ahead, Steve.
Yep.
I thought you were in charge.
At the Camp Street and Route 28 intersection, the design largely is similar to how it was presented at the design public hearing. It's just been advanced. One key thing just to remind is that it's going to remain stop sign controlled with right turns restricted only. So only right turns are allowed exiting the intersection. So there'll be no left turns allowed to exit from the intersection, though it'll have full ingress. So it means those who are coming either from the west or the east on Route 28 can turn into the intersection. At Townbrook Road and Route 28, the intersection is proposed to be signalized. Today it is stop sign controlled, so a modern signal system will be installed. There's no real changes to the design geometrically that's been occurred since the last time we presented at this location, just the design has advanced at the 75% level. Same thing is true for the intersection of Higgins-Crowell Road and Berry Avenue at Route 28. The intersection's currently signalized, and it'll remain signalized in the proposed project. Couple key attributes that this project is proposing is new auxiliary turn lanes are being added to both Higgins-Crowell Road and Berry Avenue. And pedestrian and bicycle facilities are being added to the intersection. Continuing east, we have West Yarmouth Road and Winslow Gray Road and South Sea Avenue. Similarly, both of these intersections geometrically are similar to what was seen at the design public hearing. The signals design and the just roadway design has advanced up to a 75% level. Key design considerations that this project is adding is bicycle and pedestrian facilities at the intersections. And the replacement of signal equipment at the South Sea Avenue and Winslow Gray Road intersection. So a key purpose with this project has been to improve pedestrian accommodations and bicycle accommodations along the corridor. And the intent of this slide is to kind of re-highlight the specific measures that are being done within this project to ensure that those users are accommodated. So throughout the entire project, all the multimodal facilities will be constructed to be ADA compliant. Where viable, we are adding rectangular rapid flashing beacons at crossings. As noted earlier, we are putting in the pedestrian hybrid beacon at the Route 28 and East Main Street roundabout. And one key thing to note is the shared use path width is going to be 10 feet along the length of the corridor. So I believe this might be something different than was shown in the design public hearing, where original iterations of the project had shown 8-foot shared use path in sections. It's now going to be a 10-foot consistent width along the entirety of the corridor. High visible crosswalk and pavement markings are going to be used at the crosswalks. And one key design element that we would try to instill throughout the project, where viable, was to make the crosswalks two-staged so that pedestrians only have to interact with one direction of traffic at a time, and this allows them to be shorter so the exposure to vehicle traffic is less. So with that, I'd like to transition this back over to John to finish the presentation.
Thanks, Steve. Just a quick overview of the proposed construction approach. So existing travel lanes, they'll be maintained to the extent possible in order to limit travel disruption, but construction will impact motorists, and drivers should plan accordingly. But fully ADA compliant pedestrian curb ramps and bicycle access will be maintained at all times.
And two-way traffic at all times.
And two-way traffic, yes. As far as the roundabout construction, that'll get a little complicated, but the contractor will develop a staging plan to share with the community prior to construction, and will utilize variable message boards 2 weeks in advance of construction to help notify the public of certain activities. And as we all know, there is a summer moratorium or summer restriction down here on the Cape, so there won't be any disruption of traffic during those times, Memorial Day and Labor Day. So how will the road user be affected? So roadside work such as shared use path, sidewalk, curb installation, they'll take place during regular construction hours. These activities would be outside the traveled way and would not impact the travel lanes. Road work within the traveled way will occur during off-peak hours when traffic volumes are lower. During these times, there may be short-term detours and/or alternating one-way traffic. It is expected that police details will be utilized to help facilitate these temporary traffic control setups. The project really does strive to limit impact to abutters and always maintaining access. However, short-term impacts are likely, but the resident engineer, the resident engineer will communicate with the abutters in order to best accommodate the short-term impacts. Night work's not anticipated at this time, but could be desirable from the contractor's perspective in order to accelerate the construction while vehicle volumes are lower. However, if the contractor does wish to utilize the nighttime work, they'll need approval from the town and through the district as well.
Some activities, it's unavoidable. The paving, the striping, a lot of that, especially the striping, will occur at night. There's just no other time to do it. But again, everything requires prior approval before it can begin.
And lastly, we're anticipating that the construction should last approximately 4 years. So in terms of the next steps of the project, we are planning to complete the 75% design late spring, early summer of this year. Over the next several years, we'll move into final design phases and hopefully obtain the necessary environmental permitting by approximately the year of 2027. We'll then work with MassDOT and the town to secure all the necessary right-of-way by hopefully the fall of 2028. Project is scheduled to advertise for construction in spring of '29. However, we're working very hard to do it a lot sooner than that.
Right.
You know, hopefully sometime in 2028 would be ideal. And I think that's about it. So if anyone has any questions, we'd be glad to.
Tracy?
Yeah, take us
Thank
back,
you,
Tracy.
Madam Chair.
Roundabout, was that where your question was?
Yeah, no, my question was about Baker Square where the roundabout is. There's a monument there.
Yes.
And what is the plan to rededicate that or to honor that?
Yep, somebody that has been brought up in the past, and we are planning to include that in one of those splitter islands that we have in. So I believe, I just went back too far. So I know it's a little tough to see, but I think it's somewhere in here currently. But we're proposing to put it in one of these landscape splitter islands, if that
What would you,
makes sense. But we're
Open to
completely open to suggestions.
Well, I think there's got to be a plan, you know? I
Oh,
mean, I don't have a strong feeling on it. I know
Okay.
that there's a monument there to somebody that needs to be honored and respected and have planned for. We can't just get rid of it, so.
no,
Correct.
absolutely, we understand that. I mean, we could consider putting it in the center island,
Perhaps it could be Baker Circle instead of Baker Square.
if they're okay with that, you know, being relocated slightly.
Well, I don't think we have a choice, right? I mean, it's going to move one way or the other.
Is it, yeah, I guess it does.
We,
Okay.
yeah, we have thought about putting it in the center island. We just weren't sure if it was something that people would like to see. And so if it's in the center island, you're really not going to be able to have a pedestrian go out there to see it. So that's why
Well, I
we
mean,
were thinking.
That brings me to the next point. The pedestrian crosswalks, I mean, I'm not an engineer like you are, but so close to that, I just don't understand the need for the crosswalks to be right there at the roundabout so much. People are so busy at a roundabout looking at what they're, I don't know if y'all have been to the new roundabout that's by the bridge. It's a disaster. It's awful. You can barely figure out what lane you're supposed to be in. I think
That's a rotary. That's not what this will be.
it looks the same to me. You can call it.
No, but this is a
semantics.
much smaller diameter.
That's fine, but.
So they drive much slower on this one, Tracy. In fact, they yield at the stop line, which is just past the crosswalk. So that's the best place to cross, the safest place to cross pedestrians.
Well, I'm going to disagree and just in my
Right.
years of driving. Again, I'm not an engineer, but I wouldn't want to cross right there.
I'd be glad to talk about that further.
I'm
So-
sure you have studies, but I just see what I see with the way people act and behave, and it's.
I would never recommend crossing Route 28 at the bridge, at that rotary. There are no pedestrian crossings there.
You don't have pedestrian crossings in all these places here, so I'm just wondering what the actual need for pushing people towards that area. I mean, we have people who could cross up by where things are, maybe on the side of the gas station or over by the liquor store. I certainly see people crossing there,
How
but
about
I
the
never
ones,
see
have you driven
anybody.
the ones in Chatham?
Pardon? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been around the ones. in
So that's why that'll give you a feeling more like what these will be like than the one at the bridge. The bridge is a different animal, traffic-wise. And this could go on for days if we wanted to talk about this. Roundabouts and roundabouts are a very sensitive subject for the public. We acknowledge that. Typically, nationwide, the public comes into a roundabout project 90% opposed, but after they're built, that flip-flops, believe it or not, and they become 90% in favor of what was put in there. And we've experienced that personally. Bob and I have over on Martha's Vineyard. We built one in Oak Bluffs. We actually had Edgartown suing Oak Bluffs about their roundabout project. It was like a war was going to break out.
And they sent an apology.
But they apologized. They actually apologized publicly afterwards, saying that they love it, works great. There's lots of misconceptions. That's why I'm being kind of pedantic about this not being like the Rotary at the bridge.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to the Rotary. I'm just saying that putting the crosswalks right there is,
Yeah.
to me, not a good idea.
Okay.
And I might have walked out when you were talking about land takings. You said you had, in this phase, you had made it so it's 5 feet on both sides. What are we talking about for impacts to actual landowners?
They're going to be strip takings probably the entire length of the project, across the frontages of the commercial properties that abut 28 along there.
Have we done an analysis to what that, I mean, how much it's going to impact businesses?
Well, we have, and that's what the right-of-way plans do. They dial it into the square inch, basically. And those impacts are permanent and temporary. We have temporary construction easements that we purchase to buy the rights for workers to stand on private property to build, say, the back of sidewalk or the back of the bike path. And they expire typically after 5 years. Permanent easements and fee takings is where we actually buy the land. They're aerial easements for wires that cut across the fronts of properties. When we move the poles back, we have to buy easement rights for people to get to those wires to maintain them, but they essentially have no impact visually on the ground at all.
My question's more specific. Is there anybody who's going to be out of business by this project?
Oh, no, not
So
at
there's
all.
nobody who's going to have a
We're not buying any
long-term-
buildings or
Okay.
anything like that.
The 4-year timeline, and you said you were hoping to start in 2028. Where does that put us with the sewer construction, Jeff? I'm not sure how this coordinates with that and when that is going to be over.
The sewer construction, Jeff Colby, Public Works Director.
Thank you.
Will be completed before this project starts. That we know. The specific end date for this contracts 5 and 6 is still a little bit up in the air since we haven't fully signed and awarded contracts for 5 and 6. But the sewer work will be done in advance of this work.
Okay. Okay. Those are my only questions for now. Okay. Mark?
They're excellent questions, and I appreciate you bringing them up. And if you have any later on, just reach out, and we'll get you the answers you need.
Mark, do you have any questions?
First of all, I want to thank you for coming here this evening, and I want to thank you for all the work that you've been putting into this. This has been a challenging project, to say the least, and obviously, when you look at the tip, it's on the more expensive side, so it's become a challenge in terms of figuring out how to place it. So, like I said, I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I can understand it with respect to that monument why it might be a challenge to put it in the middle of the Rotary, and that's something that certainly deserves a lot more thought before jumping on that. But the things that I like are the fact that you have taken a lot of the comments from residents of the town and officials, and you've incorporated them into the design, and I think that's incredibly important. As you've heard over and over again, this Route 28 corridor is incredibly important in terms of the overall town's, economy. We certainly don't want to have an adverse impact on businesses, but on the other hand, we need to do more to improve public access and safety. There's no doubt about that. I want to also commend you for your interest in focusing on the drainage and making drainage improvements, and as well also the culverts, to the extent that we have culverts that have been blocked up or impaired in some way. Attention on those is terrific. It's to be commended. Those are some of the things that I I'm glad you've been able to address in the design. So I want to thank you for doing that. Yeah, I think our biggest challenge is going to be coming up with the money, overall, and then trying to keep it on a reasonable schedule. Our challenge right now is Route 28 has become a soft spot, or not a soft spot, but a tough topic of conversation in town because there's just so much work going on, and there's been so much of an interruption for businesses. And then to go, when you say 4-year construction schedule, I think that's something that I'd like to have more discussion on, if there's a way to get a better, and this doesn't have to be at this meeting, but maybe in a workshop session where we can kind of get into how the schedule will work, better understanding interruptions and impacts, and having a lot more discussion about ways to mitigate and address them. I think if there's one thing I've learned about the sewer project and the sewer water improvements is that it's important to spend as much time as you can up front figuring out ways to minimize impacts, because if I had my druthers, I'd like to do that all over again, because I think the impacts, many people have been surprised at the extent to which there have been interruptions on a fairly continuous basis. And I think with respect to this project, communication is going to even be just as important in terms of how residents are going to be impacted. The fact that you said that there's going to be no closure and that people will be able to get through, I think that's great news. I did hear that right?
Yes, you did. We'll maintain access to all the businesses. There'll be temporary few hours, perhaps, interruptions to that when they're building the curb cut for that particular business per se. There's generally an alternative entrance and exit to, there's more than one to most businesses. We'll maintain two-way traffic at all times. If we detour, it'll be, extremely rare.
But I think by the time we get to doing this project, people will be exhausted over the interruptions. They really will.
After all this sewer work and water work.
Well, exactly, yeah. I think people are actually exhausted now, quite frankly.
We're going to tear it up all over again.
The fact that we still have more work to do, I think, is testing everyone's patience, quite frankly. So I'm glad there's a sensitivity to that. I guess that's the point that I want to get across here, is I'm glad you're very sensitive to that, the interruptions, the impacts, the disruptions, and the need to have, thinking through the whole communication side of it. So we have more work to do, but I'm appreciative of all the work that you've done, the changes that you've made, and some of the things that you really stressed and zeroed in on. So thank you.
Thank you. We'd love to have suggestions about that monument. If the town wants to see something in particular, maybe, put it up in the air on a pedestal, do different things, landscaping, what have you. We'd love to get your input, because we could probably make it happen.
Agenda item there.
Beg your pardon?
That's an agenda item for a future agenda. Joyce?
I'd like to say thank you to you all, John, Steve, Sean. As somebody who uses crosswalks a lot, it's lovely to see them placed where I might use them. I realize I'm not typical of anything, but I love the attention given to walkers in the town of Yarmouth and along Route 28. So thank you.
Liz?
Right, here I am. I agree with Joyce that I think more pedestrian and bike activity would be great, and this is one. Can you hear me okay?
You're kind of fading in and out on us. It kind of
I'm going to turn my picture off because that helps.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask questions about the trees. There's a lot of tree plantings on the plans. How locked in is that? Will there be a presentation specific to the landscaping and the trees, and are they deciduous or are they evergreens? And do we have any options to ask for some additional trees on, for instance, the north side?
Great question, and of course you do. We typically, just in a general sense, plant 2 for every 1 we take. And we understand there will be some impacts to trees, some of that nice landscaping that some of the hotels have put in. We're going to go through some of that. We will replace it 2 to 1 or whatever's appropriate, whatever's pleases the abutters and the town. And
Do we have
choose
some say then on what kind of tree replaces the ones you take?
I'm not a landscape architect, so I couldn't spout off the particular species, but they're native. We're open to suggestions if you like a particular species that will grow out here. We have an entire landscape section back at MassDOT that makes sure that things will grow. And GPI is literally the best in the business. They're designing this project. They have landscape input too. Yeah. And all the grasses and plantings will be appropriate to the area that we're working in here on the Cape. And we are open to suggestion if you have particular plants you'd like to see.
Okay, that's really encouraging. I think that is a change to Route 28 that everybody's kind of looking forward to, that it would be more landscaping and green buffering. One last question for me. When you have the bike lane or the multi-use lane that goes down Berry Avenue, how far down Berry Avenue would that extend? Does it kind of just get you onto Berry Avenue and then die?
We're not going more than a couple hundred feet, I think, at any side street.
Correct.
I think that makes sense. I just thought I should ask.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I can't wait to talk to the landscaping department.
You bet. Yeah, we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah, and Liz, can I just add to the landscaping and the trees? So this is actually the time at the 25% design, we really just kind of showed potential tree locations. At the 75% design is currently is when we try to identify species. We haven't done that quite just yet, so if there are suggestions on certain species, we'd love to hear them, and we can try to incorporate those as well as we finalize the 75% design.
Who would I want to have my contact person be then for that, do you think?
Jeff will reach out to me and I'll...
Jeff, perfect.
Yeah.
The board.
Man.
Liz, you're right on the board. You can do it through us. What I would suggest would be coming back when you're getting to that point of doing the landscape design. I think it would be nice to come back to us if you could and show us what it's going to look like.
When we get the submission in, we'll come back and then we'll have actual designs to show you. You can comment on that. We still have subsequent submissions after that, 100%, and then the final PS&E, plan, spec, and estimate submission is the thing that gets up onto the street for bid. So there's opportunity to change. But we'd like to hear from you, as you think of it. Reach out to Jeff. Jeff will get the information to me. I'll get it to GPI, John and his team.
Liz, did you have anything else that you wanted to ask?
No, that is a great answer. I'm excited.
Okay, during our public comment section, we did hear, I promised the public that if they had any questions while you're here. So Chris Greeley.
Hi, Christine Greeley from Glenwood Street. Been here for 44 years. And unlike, I think, anyone sitting here with this design, I'm out on that roadway at least daily, if not multiple times. I would actually not call this a corridor improvement, but a corridor nightmare. I did testify during the first hearings about the issues that exist, particularly for Hyannis Park. When you take a look at the access out of the neighborhood, it is through Windward and Baxter Roads and also up Bayview. Also, what you have at this time is a hospital in which Hyannis Park was able to negotiate with them to make sure that their employees leaving their parking lots were not cutting through our neighborhoods, but were actually going up onto East Main. When you take a look at the model that they talk about from Chatham and Orleans and that, those are not the kinds of traffic here. You are talking about 6 lanes of traffic that are coming westbound on Route 28, that are coming southbound to head east on INO, and are the 2 lanes that are coming out of the hospital and basically downtown Hyannis into this section. The idea that a single lane, and I agree with you, Tracy, I have seen some nightmare things occur at and it's not just traffic circles, rotaries, or whatever you want to call them. The idea that people are going to be, as they're hightailing it out of these areas or wanting to get into this major roadways, that they'll be getting down into one lane, it's looking for pedestrians and doing the various things they're talking about, is absolutely ludicrous. We then have other significant problems. What there have been problems about visibility along that corridor all along, when you talk about landscaping, is the fact that things have been allowed to overgrow. You wind up having to pull too far out into the intersections to be able to see anything. You then have the issue of the turn lanes that have been established down on 28. One of them in particular is my daily nightmare when I'm heading westbound on 28 to make a turn onto Windward Way to get to my own home, and finding that I'm in the turn lane, but somebody has come up into that why they painted it turn lane for a barely used restaurant and almost hits you head on, or swerves back into the traffic coming out of Hyannis into there. I've watched multiple, I can tell you in this past month, 3 instances in which I thought I was going to get hit or someone was going to get hit. We also have the issue of Camp Street. And I'm sorry, the elevation and the incline on Camp Street, the attempt to get in and out of there, and what you have not factored into any of this is the area for the advancement and the work of all of these ambulances coming in from around the Cape. You will find ambulances regularly out there making a turn from Camp Street, trying to make it out into there. You're also looking at the whole issue of what are they going to do? Are they hoping that someone's going to pull over for the side of the road or not hit a pedestrian as they're trying to get around the roundabout to get down onto the East Main Street, to get down to the hospital entrance with the ambulances? I think, and then when you get up further, and I have to admit probably when they use the accident figures for up by the Town Brook Road, I was on 28 in traffic waiting, and when somebody decided to ignore the stop sign, and then we have lights on red lights now too, and decided to plow into the side of my car. It was quite an interesting experience. The only accident I've had down here on the Cape in my life in all these years. I think that the idea of the traffic light there, what is that going to do to the backup? I think there has to be traffic controls in that, but what is that going to do to the backup at this roundabout? Because you've got, I think no one, did you do a night count on traffic in the middle of December, on a night in December? Because if you go out there, I've been counting because of knowing this was coming up. I waited for 27 cars to come out of Hyannis before I was able to make a turn onto Windward, because, and the only reason it was because there was a traffic light that actually stopped the flow of traffic. So you're looking at a whole issue. The same thing happens at Baxter. And so the problems that are sitting there are extremely high volume. This is not something cute like out in Chatham or Orleans. This is an absolute nightmare. And I'm not sure where this is going, but I testified to this back at the early thing. I keep thinking they need to have people sitting out there 24 hours a day, really taking a look at what is going on there with the traffic, and the fact that the only available streets to get into hundreds of houses down in the Hyannis Park area is Baxter or Windward or Bayview. And one of the other things that worries me is when people find the traffic is backed up there and everything, they will start shortcutting through. And so the whole issue is, and we've already working on a traffic study with Jeff Colby out of the neighborhood because of the dangerousness of the roads of Harbor, Windward, and all, because we are a beach access area for the homeowners who own beach rights. And we've been very worried about the overgrowth and how narrow the streets are, and the almost accidents with people walking with their children and everything, and nobody walks left and rides right anymore. And I think that this is a serious nightmare. And I'm here, I know that I reflect a lot of and represent a lot of the thoughts of the residents of Hyannis Park. And we've been living here for decades and decades and living this traffic every day to know what it's like. But I am incredibly worried about the hospital ambulances and all, because you're lucky if you see cars pull over to the right when they're out in the road now when an ambulance or a police cruiser is coming or something. And I think as I said, this is not a corridor improvement, it's a corridor nightmare. Thank you.
Tom, would you like to comment on Chris's?
Yes, yeah, thank you very much for speaking up. Appreciate your comments, and we'll do our best to change your mind. I'm going to rely on Steve Babelis, the traffic engineer, to address some of your concerns regarding the roundabout in particular, I think.
So regarding emergency access to both Camp Street and also related to the roundabout actually provides a lot of not just access benefit, but safety benefits for those emergency responders trying to get to and from to where they're trying to go. So one key component that the roundabout provides is traffic calming. And why this is important is it creates an environment where people are able to perceive a emergency vehicle as they're trying to navigate through the intersection and react accordingly. In addition to that, there is ample width for those emergency vehicles to be able to bypass vehicles navigating the roundabout. So an example of this is within the center of the roundabout is a mountable surface referred to as a truck apron. Its intended purpose primarily is for tractor trailers to have the extra width necessary for them to navigate the intersection, but it is a surface that either vehicles can pull over to or emergency vehicles can drive over to be able to bypass vehicles within the intersection.
Yeah.
Another key component to this, and now this goes back to the safety, as it has traffic calming, but a common concern at signals and other types of intersections when reporting to an emergency is vehicles can run red lights, and sometimes when they do have a opticon for a emergency vehicle can change the light, that is not always obeyed, and it creates a potential safety hazard to those emergency vehicle responders. Within the roundabout, you don't have that situation. With the traffic calming and the safety benefits provided by that, those who are trying to get to their destination quickly are able to do it more safely.
Typically, traffic in a roundabout is moving 15 to 20 miles an hour at the fastest.
Well, that's exactly it.
At the rotary, they're going, 35 miles an hour around that circle. They're driving at speed, whereas in a roundabout, you yield at the intersection, and then you make a right turn into the circle, and you navigate the circle in the proper lane, depending on how far around the circle you need to go, at 15 miles an hour, typically. So everybody has time, and gaps are easier to perceive for people entering the circle from other entrances. They're actually the safest intersection you can build.
Not here on the Cape.
Well, actually, they are, actually. I know you don't believe it, but, and I understand that. We hear it all the time. And
no, it's a common concern. New England and Massachusetts as a whole has had a long history with circular intersection, and this long history has created an atmosphere where it's reasonable to be concerned when you hear about a new circular intersection going in. So the rotaries and traffic circles that are throughout the Northeast were generally constructed from the 1930s up through the 1950s and 60s, and they were intended for a very different time. They were intended to process a lot less traffic in an environment where the vehicles were very different, and speeds were anticipated to be higher because the low volumes allowed it. And those designs, obviously, they just don't translate well to modern traffic needs. Now, while the roundabouts share that same circular function as rotaries and traffic circles, there are very discernible differences between the intersection types that really create the benefits that we today feel it makes it a wonderful intersection control option. So, as Tom has alluded to, the traffic calming, the slow speed environment is absolutely a critical feature to its design. It creates an environment where drivers are more aptly able to perceive and react and make decisions. And this environment allows people to function together more efficiently. And this efficiency has resulted in improved traffic operations and improved safety. When vehicles are traveling slowly, when crashes do occur, it's less likely to result in an injury. And the type of crashes that occur in a roundabout are typically the type of crashes that don't result in injury. They're less impact. They're at
Basically
angles.
eliminated the injury accident.
It's
There is the
nearly,
occasional sideswipe or what have you, but injury accidents are pretty much eliminated in roundabouts.
Mr. on a motorcycle.
And there's statistics statewide and nationwide that prove that. I live in Norfolk, Mass. I'm sorry. I live in Norfolk, Mass. We have two of them. And one of them is not quite as high volume as that one, but it's a four-legged intersection. There's a gas station on one quadrant. There's the fire station down on a different leg. There's the commuter rail crosses a third leg, and it carries about 18,000 vehicles a day, and it works flawlessly. And I called the police department when I was doing one in Chatham, actually, because we got a lot of pushback in Chatham. And I asked him, and he said, oh, yeah, before they went in, we were dead set against him. My own police chief in Norfolk. And he says, but there hasn't been an accident in the 10 years since.
What's your volume?
Well, at the one I'm referring to, it's like 18 to 20,000 vehicles a day. At that one, I don't know. Steve, what is that volume? It's pretty high, obviously.
I think that one.
We do the counts in June, by the way.
So combining both East Main Street and Route 28, just off of memory, I want to say it's close to 26,000.
Yeah, it's really high volume.
It's a lot different than 50% higher.
Between 18 and 26, yeah. That has got two lanes in each direction on all the three legs, I believe, right?
Yeah, this design is made to accommodate higher traffic volumes by providing additional lanes.
The one in Norfolk is a single lane in each direction, one two-lane road coming in four different. Yeah. It's slightly different, you're right, higher volume. And we'll do our best.
And what do you do with the bicycles? I mean,
Can we have you come up to the microphone, please,
Yeah, I'm
because
sorry,
the
yeah.
folks can't hear at home?
There wasn't an element addressed, which is the intersections of Windward and 28 and Camp, because of their lack of visibility, because of the curvature in the road. It's a significant issue. That I think that needs to be looked at much more carefully than what's appearing to be there, and particularly when you're talking about putting trees and everything in along the roadway. But the ability to see to the east, coming out of Camp, and you are going to have people turning right, is hideous, along with the hill that's sort of with the repair station there. The other thing with Windward, with that motel, the curvature on the I guess the east side of it, is also very blocked, and people wind up out there. And as a matter of fact, it's a problem with pedestrians and bikers who are out there, because you can't, you're looking one way to try to see the traffic coming, which you can't, and all of a sudden you find somebody riding the wrong way, down the other side as you're turning right. So I think that issue of Windward, Baxter, and Camp have to be looked at much more carefully. Thank you.
We will do that. The Camp Street in particular, I'm very familiar with.
No, but Windward too.
Okay.
Nightmare.
Okay. I'm glad you brought it up.
We are raising the profile
At
at Camp
Camp?
Street
Oh,
so
excellent.
that we have a suitable platform for people to more easily look toward the left to see an oncoming vehicle.
But what about Windward? Because Windward's a nightmare seeing anything. If you're trying to make a right or a left-hand turn out of there, from coming out of Hyannis, you cannot see them on that curve, and with the shrubbery that's there and everything from the motel.
With the shared use path being constructed on the southern side of the roadway, it pulls a lot of what was previously potentially blocking sightlines away, opening up the sightlines so there'd be an improved sight distance looking toward the east and the west coming from Windward Way.
We'll take another look at it,
Will you
too.
improve the lineage on 28 then, so there isn't that two turns that people think are into Camp Street? This is crazy.
Yeah, that's all getting done.
That's the
Yep.
left turn into that.
The current, that concern that was brought up previously related to that left turn lane, was something that we took, we listened, and that turn lane has been removed in the proposed design. So you will not have that situation where people will be going into the left turn lane thinking that it extends all the way to Camp Street.
That will help. Okay. We also have some folks online. Vita, at the beginning of our meeting, I had told her to hold her comments and we'd bring her back up. Vita, are you with us?
Okay, yeah. I think I want to go back to the very beginning of this project and make sure that I have the correct, interpretation of what's going on. So we have existing buildings. For instance, one of the best examples is that liquor store, which is already sitting just about on the sidewalk. So now you are proposing to add, if I remember correctly from previous meetings, a bike path going in both directions. Is that correct? I mean, 2 lanes for the bikes, right?
Correct.
And you're adding another 10 feet that you need to implement this
Vita,
situation?
are we talking about at the west, are we talking about at the roundabout location?
No, I'm talking for the length of I personally think we need a bike path on Route 28 about as much as we need a hole in our collective head, and especially going in both directions on one side. We need to determine exactly what you are proposing to do here.
Yeah, it's a two-way bike path, 10 feet wide. On the south side, it has a grass buffer between it and the edge of roadway. There's a 5-foot shoulder, and then an 11-foot lane in each direction typically on 28.
I think you're going to be able to ride your bike up to the liquor store
a
window and get your
pedestrian,
beverage.
Pathway, right?
I'm sorry?
You also have, in addition to the 2-way bike lanes, you have the sidewalk, right?
We'll have a sidewalk on the other side, on the north side of the Route 28.
Okay, so this is only for thank God for that. But anyway, the 10 feet. I'm trying to visualize. We were, so lucky and happy to have Hampton Inn come in and do the landscaping that they did, which then caused their neighbors, pretty much that whole stretch there around them, to improve their landscaping. And now, if you're going to take, you're going to be taking 10 feet, that's going to all of the landscaping that Hampton Inn has produced.
You're correct, and we will re-landscape it so that hopefully it looks better than it does today.
How do you propose how much land do you, people have to, isn't there a parking lot? Not just the building, but the parking lot is right behind that landscaping?
Yes, that's correct.
So how are you going to propose doing that as much space as they have right now? How are they going to get into the building and into the parking lot?
Well, I think the next time you're in town, we'll have to get together with you and show you. I think there is remaining area between the parking lot and the bike path that we will landscape the heck out of. And if you have ideas for the landscaping, I'd love to hear them. We'd love to incorporate as much as we can of the town's wishes into this project.
I don't have any ideas. I'm just having an idea that I don't see how that can be done.
I understand your concern, and it's our concern as well. We don't want to leave a sea of asphalt. We want to leave a greener Route 28. We've actually created a flyover video that is trying to capture what we anticipate putting down there. I don't know if can you see that?
I can't believe this, but let's then go back to the liquor store. That already sits pretty much on the sidewalk, so how are you going to do?
There are pinch points, I don't deny it. We're adding width to the corridor. We believe that there's a dire need for bike accommodation off the roadway.
Not on Route 28 as far as I'm concerned, but anyway.
There's a lot of bike accidents out there, a lot of injury accidents. And if you drive down there at night, in the summertime in particular, you've got all those kids from Europe who come over here to work in all the hotels and restaurants, and they're wearing their little black uniforms as they ride their bicycles back to their dormitories, and they're really in danger. So that's why plus there's tourists. I mean, this is Cape Cod.
Can I
People come
just-
down here to ride their bikes around and
Can
go
I
to
ask
the
one
beach.
more question about what you
Yes.
said, Tom? You were talking about making it greener, which I think we all want a more beautiful Route 28. My question is, how does the state handle maintenance after the fact? Because oftentimes, we have problems with, we have say, for instance, St. Patrick's Day Parade, right? We have to coordinate with the state for them to come
Yeah,
prior
clean it
to
up.
that and clean it because we have weeds, so what is the state's plan to maintain these green areas that are in your layout after the
Right.
project's complete?
So one of the characteristics of the plantings, we try to choose low-maintenance plants. I'll grant you, MassDOT is not the best landscape maintenance outfit on the planet. We struggle to maintain what we own. And therefore, we try to build low-maintenance but green landscaping. We also like to work with the abutting businesses who have an interest, like the Hampton Inn perhaps, that they would take ownership of the maintenance of the frontage they have on 28, and maybe they can work with the town and get a sign out there saying, maintained by the Yarmouth Garden Club or what have you. Like the roundabout Center Island, we do that quite often with those. That's what we did in Chatham. We do that all over the place. I think we did it in Oak Bluffs as well. But you're right, that's a challenge, and we're not the best at maintaining our stuff.
Well, can I just get back in for another thought? This whole thing sounds to me right now like something that one of your colleagues did several years ago. She thought she had such a bright idea how to decrease accidents on Route 6 there, and started chopping out brushes or landscaped, whatever was plantings over there, plus trees, until she was finally stopped by somebody and wouldn't listen to reason at all.
That was
Finally, some of the elected officials stepped in there and finally put a stop to it.
Right. I know what you're referring to, and that was a mistake by our District 5 Maintenance Department. They got overzealous with the removal of stuff in the median on Route 6. I didn't care for it either. I'm very fond of the Cape, and I thought it really deteriorated the visual beauty of that chunk of Route 6. They regretted that mistake. They acknowledged it was a mistake, and they're doing their best to grow it back.
I understand that, but I mean, the DOT just doesn't seem to be able, well, maybe you are listening, I don't know, but I still don't understand how you're going to handle the liquor store situation. Unless you're building out 10 feet into the roadway instead of, otherwise you have to chop part of the building off.
Vita, this is Dorcas. I'm sorry I'm going to have to interrupt you at this point. We have a lot of hands that are up. If you have anything other specifically than talking about the liquor store, I think you've made that point. And I'd like to give an opportunity to the other folks that have their hands up to be able to speak. Will you yield at this point? Thank you. I see that you've cut your... Thanks, Vita. We're going to move on to Joe Glenn. Joe, you've got your hand up.
Hi, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
I can indeed.
So I just want to kind of dovetail off of, and not including the liquor store, but dovetail off of both Chris Greeley and Vita Morris. And I will concede that conceptually, I don't understand. So I will concede that the rotary or the roundabout will be an improvement. I'll concede that, even though I don't think it's possible. I 100% agree with Tracy, because if there hasn't been, and as you know, I'm a former firefighter EMT, I watched those hospital trips by the ambulances and stuff, and I know it. all the time. But if there hasn't been a death in the sidewalks or in that surrounding area, if we have one, what percentage increase is that? Because if we've never had one and then we have one, and I don't want to be the one around to say that I didn't oppose to it. So I'm going to agree with Tracy 100%. And when I was a much more spry person, and I'm the exact opposite of whatever spry is, now, when I was placing political signs, I know every inch of what was available for frontage and where to put a sign that could be seen from the roadway. And the shed store and that, that culvert area, I think that could be improved upon. But going up on that side, the Super 8 hotel pool is in that. I don't know how you could put a bike path there and we should be discouraging, like Vita said, we should be discouraging those European workers from doing that. They should be taking the RTA, Uber, whatever, because we don't need any more accidents on bikes. I agree that they're wearing dark colors at night and it's dangerous, but we should be discouraging any 28 biking altogether as opposed to encouraging it more. And I just don't see how you could add 10 feet on both sides, on the King's coffee shop there, and the opening up by that golf course. There's not an inch of land. You couldn't even put a sign in the road, near the roadway. So I don't know how you're going to get 10 feet on both sides of those areas. If you can do it, great. But that goes to my final point is, this is conceptualized, and Mark, Selectman Forrest pointed out that, we got to figure out how to pay for it. I don't think that we should be getting in the business of making, millions of dollars worth of theory of what we can do, what we might be able to do, what might be an improvement. We know what we got there. 26,000. I don't know if that's the capacity. I don't know if that's the highest. I know on a Friday in the summer when the hospital's being let out, like Chris had said, and that's another thing. So the Hyannis Community, Hyannis Park Association and Chris and all those people have been telling you, and I no longer live over there, but I don't want to forget that I live there, and I know what she's saying is 110% true. But you're letting people out when the shift change happens at the hospital. I don't know when you're gauging all of these traffic. If you do it on a Friday in the summer when shift changes, that's one number. And if it's in the winter, and we're seeing the problems already in the winter with 28 issues, and as Mark said, the businesses. I don't know how those businesses will be able to survive. The community and the neighbors in Hyannis Park, Chris is 100% right. And, I can't conceptualize it. And that's with conceding that the roundabout works better. But, I don't want to be the one to say I was for this as soon as someone gets hit by a traffic. Because I know, with my cane, I wouldn't try to get across that road. And you look at by Sturgis on Main Street in Hyannis. That's a 2-lane, very slow traffic. And they have to put a barrel in the center of the road for those kids because people from out of state don't know the law about being in the pedestrian has a right of way and they had to yield for them. So people don't know that. And even if they're going slow in Hyannis on Main Street, there was a lot of near misses when those kids were crossing the street to go to the store. So much so that they had to have the principal go out there. So for all those reasons, I don't know what point we're at in this, but I would do an abrupt skid and stop, because that's what I think we're gonna see, is a lot of abrupt skidding and stopping. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. We have a hand up that says Cynthia's iPad on our end here. Can you identify yourself for us, please?
It's Cindy Doobie. I'm a resident also of Hyannis Park. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to weigh in because we're talking about an area that I travel on it. It's the Windward.
Cynthia, you're breaking up. Cynthia, we're not hearing you, I'm afraid.
Is this any better? I'm sorry. I've got a bad connection.
We're hearing you there.
Okay, I moved my device a little bit. If you lose me, just let me know.
Okay.
My concern is that same intersection. I am most frequently trying to exit Windward onto 28, taking a left-hand turn, heading toward Hyannis, and problem number one, Chris referenced, is that the traffic coming from the direction of what is now the stoplights at Yarmouth and Maine, that will now be a rotary or soon be a rotary instead, that traffic is just relentless at many times of the day. And it's impossible to find a break in a traffic. Your only hope is the delay, the split-second delay between when the Main Street light turns red and the Yarmouth Road light turns green. There's enough of a delay where you can get halfway across that intersection, and then you only have to battle all of the tourist traffic going into Hyannis, as well as all of the highway traffic coming off of Route 6 via Camp Street, as well as the hospital traffic and incoming workers who work in downtown Hyannis. It just, at particular times of day, it's bumper to bumper. Speed is not a problem that I've noticed at that intersection because the cars are going at a crawl. The problem is nobody will let you break into the traffic, and I don't see how without a delay that the traffic lights create, that split-second delay, once the rotary is installed, I don't think you're ever going to be able to get out of Windward Way. It concerns me very much. And the pedestrian traffic as well, that just adds another complication to it. So I just wanted to weigh in as someone who uses that particular intersection a lot, that it's a very dangerous spot.
Thank you. You're hearing tonight a lot of concerns about how the entrance and egress to Hyannis Park.
Right.
So could we ask you to take a much closer look at that for us
Absolutely.
and see?
Yeah.
Because they're right. I mean, getting in and out of there is tough. And if you've taken away the traffic light and now you've got a constant flow of traffic,
That's the key right there, actually, is the answer is that everybody's moving at a signal, one direction or the other is stopped for a few minutes.
Right.
Whereas in a roundabout, everybody's moving all the time at 10, 15, sometimes 20 miles an hour, depending on the volumes, so that everybody gets through. It actually functions quite a bit more efficiently than signals do up to a certain volume.
well, and I'd agree with you there, Tom.
Okay.
But what I'm talking about is this is just a little further up from where your roundabout is going to be.
Yeah,
And
Windward Way.
that's where we are when we're at Windward.
Yeah.
And I've been there myself, and I know what they're talking about.
Right.
You know, if I'm coming from east to west
Okay.
on 28,
Yes.
and I want to make a turn into Windward, I can sit there for quite some time because, what you have to wait for basically is the Good Samaritan that's going to let you in.
Right.
And then the question, I guess, part of what I would appreciate if you come back and take a look at is there something else that can be done to mitigate that situation for these people? Because that is their only way in and out.
Right. So I'm going to ask Steve, who's designing the traffic on this project, to focus in on that. And when we come back, we'll talk about that specifically. In general, when people are talking also about the pinch points, it's hard to address them tonight. I'd like to refer them to Jeff, who has a set of plans. And he can, or if you can reach out to me through Jeff, I will send you an email with the snippet of the plan that addresses the pinch point that you're concerned about, like the liquor store. I'd love to be able to cut that out of the plans and email it to you so you can see what we're up to, what we're planning to do. And if you have some ideas, we'd love to hear them.
I think right now, you've already heard, we've got concerns that have been raised about Baxter and Windward.
Yep.
And the liquor store.
Sure.
And also the motels right at that particular point.
I'll tell you what, we can put together an email and...
That would be helpful, I think, to
try
the
and
folks
address all
to-
those points, send it to Jeff and the board, and if we get specific email addresses, we'll include those folks, and if we don't, we'll ask that Jeff or the board forward the email we give you to them so they can see what we are trying to do.
Well, also, by getting in touch, I would suggest also if you email that to Lori Sullivan, who is our communications manager.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that would be helpful because Lori might be able to put something together that she could put out onto the town social media.
Great. I want to
more
encourage everybody to
question?
comment. It's we're trying to have a conversation. We're not trying to come in and...
Right. I see John. You're identified as John to us. John on Zoom, have your hand up. There you are.
Hi, this is John DeLiso.
I thought it was you, John.
Yeah, a few comments. The portion 28 that we're talking about is one of only 3 east-west access roads on the entire Cape. It's 28 between Townbrook Road and the Barnstable line, the Mid-Cape or 6A. So I would ask that the design expertise incorporate that particular stretch between Townbrook Road and the Barnstable Town line is much more than an improvement of 28 through the town of Yarmouth. It should be looked at as an improvement for east-west transportation for Cape Cod. Add in the fact that Cape Cod Hospital is a destination point that has to be reached by virtually all the traffic, if you will, east of the Barnstable Town line through to 28. It adds to the complexity. I like the idea of separating automobiles from everything else. I think in that particular corridor, having both non-motorized vehicle pathways on both sides of the road is an excellent idea. I think finding better access for the Hyannis Park community on and off 28 is essential. I know the issues that the folks in Hyannis Park are raising tonight, and pretty much from Memorial Day to Labor Day, it's very, very difficult to, if you will, get on and off 28, particularly in that stretch. And lastly, I would ask that to the extent that this project can be managed better than the Willow Street intersection project be considered. I don't know what went wrong with the Willow Street project, but to have that intersection in disarray for years, not a good outcome. So those are my thoughts, and I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Do you have something new to say, or is this just to speak of what's already been said? Because something new. All right, if you'd like to come up to the microphone, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, is there anything
Could you
we
first
do-
identify yourself?
Jean
for-
Brennan, I live
Thanks.
in Yarmouth. Is there anything we do about the lighting on Route 28 before? I mean, that is a major cause of accidents, and to watch people trying to cross the street at night. A lot of people walk. And my other question is, I don't know if anyone's driven up in Cambridge and Somerville lately with all the bike paths. It's a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. They're actually talking about getting rid of them because of the accidents that have occurred there. I don't know how many people actually ride their bikes on Route 28. I ride my bike around town. I avoid Route 28. I realize that there's some young people in the summertime that go to work that way. But on a whole, how many people ride their bike on Route 28? I mean, we're not in the city. And like I said, if you ever drive up in Cambridge and Somerville, it is absolutely insane. And, oh, my other question was about the landscaping.
Yeah.
When we did the new exit from the highway for Route 7, we had these beautiful plantings of daylilies, seagrass, I think maybe 2 years, and then someone came and mowed them all down. So I think that's a good thing to think about, who's going to maintain this beautification. I am in favor of the beautification. I was on the beautification committee 40 years ago with Dick Martin. So I agree we need to improve Route 28, but I think we should really look at the lighting immediately for safety reasons.
Well, thank you.
I have one other thing.
Real quick, Chris.
It's only because of the discussion that's gone on. Putting the pedestrian path on the north side strikes me as being the wrong location. All of the motels, a lot of the restaurants and everything are actually on the south side of 28. And when you think about what's on the left side, it tends to be, tile company, things like that. And given that we're looking at the whole issue of where pedestrians cross to get to something, that's a little nerve-wracking. I really think there needs to be some consideration of where are pedestrians walking. The only time I've seen them have been between the motels and that. So, thank you.
Steve, I think you want to say something to that?
So pedestrians will have access on both sides of Route 28. The southern edge is what's along the southern edge of Route 28 is a shared use path. Access for both bicyclists and pedestrians.
So that'll help that.
Thank you.
Lighting is a great topic, and we should consider adding some lighting. We don't want to build something that still has some dark spots that create.
You haven't even considered the lighting yet?
No, we have, but typically MassDOT doesn't light their highways. But we are now doing a lot of lighting on 28. We're actually adding a lot of ornamental lighting right now in Harwich. I would like to speak to John's concerns about Yarmouth Road, because I happen to be involved in that project. And the end is in sight.
Wouldn't tell anybody.
Probably shouldn't have said that, but that's the truth, 100% honest here. There is an incredible amount of utility work associated with that intersection. In addition, we doubled the number of tracks crossing 28 because of the success of the Cape Flyer commuter rail train. And that's what's taken so long, is the utility relocations. In fact, we did a pre-construction utility contract, $8 million worth of utility relocations to get everything under the tracks. There's still a big gas line, I think, that has to go diagonally across the roadway intersection. But the end is in sight. I think we will...
You promise?
I promise. I promise. By the end of 25, you'll have a brand-new intersection. It's going to work really well. And it's going to look good, too.
Well, I thank you very much for your presentation today, and you certainly heard some of the concerns. I think we've got some suggestions for where we can go from here. And we thank you, and we look forward to seeing you back with the next update.
Awesome. We'll be here, and reach out to us. We'd love to get you some answers. I know you're concerned. It's a major roadway through your town, and we'll do our best to get you the answers you need.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's all part of the process.
It's a lot of work.
It's all part of the process.
It's just a lot of concern.
Sure.
And you've
Yeah,
heard it.
understandably.
Yep.
My gosh.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you very much,
thank you
gentlemen.
for having us, and
very
we will be in
Appreciate
touch.
it.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Board.
Speaking of Jeff Colby, next on our agenda, we have our Department of Public Works budget. We'll just get a switching out of the, are you going to be doing something with the computer as well, or? Yep.
We do have a PowerPoint, yes.
Okay, so we'll just, they'll get it ready for you. Okay,
All right. Thank you very much.
comes another microphone, okay.
All right, excellent. I think we're all set. Again, Jeff Colby, Public Works Director. I've got the full team up here. I think it's been a couple of years since we presented the budget to you, and I'm happy you asked us to do that. We've got a lot of things in the works, and we want to share some of that with you. I wanted to bring the full senior management team up. We have Lori Rosala, our water wastewater superintendent. She's been very busy recently. We have Amanda Lima, our town engineer, also doing a number of big projects that you've heard about, and Roby Whitehouse, our assistant DPW director. I'll cover most of the slides relatively quickly. I do have good news. I won't be covering 31 slides that are in your packet. Most of those are for supporting information. We can certainly pull those up if you have questions. But I'll cover the slides at least for the budgets that have changed. There aren't many of those. We've got a couple divisional budgets that have some adjustments to them, and we'll highlight those items for you.
Thank you, Jeff.
This is our mission statement. It just says that we're going to do the best with the resources that are given to us for high-quality infrastructure and safe, efficient management. So there's some key points and highlights for the year. We've done this with each of the budget presentations. This is also the presentation that will be given to the Finance Committee tomorrow, so you're seeing that as well. I'm sure they'll have a lot of questions about the details and diving into the individual budgets, but this is the same information they'll see as well. The highlights that I wanted to point out to you is that the water and wastewater contracts 2 and 3, they're actively under construction. That's certainly a highlight of the year, as well as contracts 1 and 4 have been awarded. In fact, we have some mobilization that's happened for contract number 1, which is the treatment facility. So that's kind of a good news story. That's just breaking news that's happening right now. So we're excited to see that underway. Parkers River Boardwalk Park is also under construction. I'm sure you'll have additional discussions about that, but that's just a great project that's moving forward very nicely. Higgins Kroll Shared Use Path is nearing completion. You see that on Higgins Kroll Road. That'll be a prime connection to the new bike path that's coming through. One project that is not listed here, but it hasn't fully started, is the rail trail project that goes from Peter Homer Park all the way into Barnstable. That project has been awarded. MassDOT is overseeing that project as well, and that is being done by Lawrence Lynch Corporation, and they're going to be starting that project very soon. You'll see them mobilize in the near future. We've done 13 miles of pavement maintenance. That was completed. That's down a little bit from what we've done in previous years because we're focusing on other things, other projects, other types of road surface treatments. But 13 miles is still an impressive number to share with you. It's been closer to 20 in some previous years, but that's still a lot of work that was done. Another good news story is that the pump station rehabilitation project is really nearing an end. We'd shared with the board previously and some other updates about some of the deteriorating conditions at some of our buildings, and that's been remedied with this phase 3, which is the final phase that is substantially complete at this point. Also, PFAS treatment, that's been a big topic. Wells 4 and 5 have PFAS treatment that's functional now at this point, and 10 and 11 is under design. The new Intended use plan just came out for the construction associated with 10 and 11, the SRF program that is, and we were ranked #1 for that project for receiving funding. I know that some newer members to the board, so I do like to show this summary slide. I won't go into all the details, but there's certainly a lot the department does. Major buildings maintained, parks, cemeteries, there's some significant numbers there. 240 miles of road, of course, snow and ice response that seems to be happening every other night these days, but that's ongoing and an important part of what the Highway Division does. Solid waste with waste management, there's been a slight decrease there, but I think there's a good news story in that number that says MSW, which is the solid waste. That decrease in solid waste is a good thing. We want to see that continue. As recycling increases, the solid waste goes down, and that's what we've seen this past year. Construction and demolition has decreased slightly, but there's been an increase in septage and water. I always like to see the numbers associated with that when they're in the millions. You get to realize how much work is actually being done for treatment and septage and water being pumped in that number. Almost 1.5 billion gallons is what was done last year. Big number. So I want to highlight 3 particular divisional budgets because they do have expenses that have changed. The other 8 divisional budgets are in that supporting documents I mentioned before because they're not changing, but we certainly can pull those numbers up if you want to talk about those. They're available in this presentation. But the first one we wanted to highlight was septage. There's a slight increase in the expenses associated with this, and that can be more clearly identified here as the increase in repair and maintenance. We're seeing in a 30-year-old facility that it's needing more repairs and maintenance associated with that, so we're slightly increasing the budget to cover some of those costs. That's a contracted operation, which is why in the previous slide you saw that there was no labor wages associated with that, but we are seeing increase associated with the cost for operations. Labor's going up, and that's reflected in an expense in this particular budget. And then increase in utility costs. I think we're all seeing that gas and electricity have gone up significantly, not just for homeowners, but also for the town. Water also has some adjustments. There's an adjustment for wages, which is just contractual obligations, and then under expenses, that can be highlighted in this particular slide where it's really just an adjustment in insurance costs. But the one thing I did want to highlight with this is the debt service, where that's slowly going to be increasing as we do in finished projects, not only borrowing that's happening with a PFAS project, or as I mentioned before, we completed the phase 3 of the pump station rehabs, but as we complete projects for replacement of water mains along Route 28 as part of the wastewater project, that's all borrowing, and so we'll see that debt service increase as we go forward as projects are finished. The parks budget, there is a slight increase associated with this budget in the expenses, and that can be highlighted in this particular slide here, primarily with costs associated with the Parkers River Boardwalk Park. Specifically, there's contract mowing for the event space there that is a cost, as well as off-season restroom facilities and tight tank pumping. Until we can get the sewer connection connected to the restroom facilities that are planned there, there will be a tight tank, and that needs to be pumped for a couple of years before we can make the sewer connection. Those numbers come up to $43,500 of expense increase within the parks budget. And those really are the 3 budgets that I wanted to highlight. All of the other budgets have expenses that are flat at this point. I did want to highlight some challenges. This is the standard format we've been given the last couple of years, but I do really appreciate the opportunity to kind of look towards the future for what costs and things might happen with regards to the overall operation. So we did want to highlight that water and wastewater projects are going to continue through the future, so that's certainly some challenges and costs associated with that. Limited options associated with the wastewater sludge disposal. I think I've mentioned that in previous budget presentations as well. We do have an outlet right now for the wastewater sludge, but as we bring other wastewater capacity online, there's going to be increased sludge disposal necessary, and there's also just very limited options. If that one location decided to close the door and turn us away, we really would be out of options. So we're working with other communities and with contractors out there and looking at various options to try to figure out a solution for that. I alluded to it earlier, but the septic facility increased maintenance costs. One thing you'll see in the capital budget is an increased request for equalization tank. It says on this slide EQ tank, but that's where it's really a holding tank for the septic when it's offloaded from the trucks. That's deteriorating pretty quickly because of the corrosive environment associated with that, and there's some significant costs for repair of that. So just general maintenance costs are something we wanted to highlight because that's going to happen going forward as well with that facility. Additional recreation facilities operations costs. We know that's a goal of the board is to increase recreational facilities, and that's certainly a great thing. We brought a couple of parks and improvements online recently, and there's some others upcoming. But there is a acknowledgement that that means there'll be operational costs associated with those new facilities. We're also seeing two items, really the last two items on this slide, that have been every year in recent years, but increased maintenance costs with facilities, just more expensive to maintain HVAC, elevators, plumbing, electrical, fire suppression systems, so those costs are continuing to go up, as well as vehicle maintenance costs. We also wanted to highlight the increased costs for solid waste as well as construction and demolition. Those are, continuing to go up. Hazardous waste is another cost that is increasing as well, and brush disposal as well as credit card costs are something that we want to highlight. You'll see those numbers being impacted within the budget, not just currently, but going forward. We've also have large volumes of yard and leaf waste at the facility. We can elaborate on any of these if you'd like, and Roby's certainly been dealing with a lot of challenges in that regard, but that's just something looking forward that we may have to adjust some things operationally to address that large volume. Beach maintenance plans, we've seen that in the last year or so, there's been a big focus on piping plovers specifically, but also some additional conservation concerns at the beaches with regards to needing plans for all of that maintenance with, when you rake, when you can't rake, that type of thing. So going forward, I see those concerns continuing. So we're working through the different regulatory agencies to try to address those concerns, but that's going to be ongoing. And then, of course, Matakee's costs, both current, right now we're putting a lot into that facility just to keep it running, utility costs, repairs, but also what that might look like in the future will be a cost depending on what the community decides for that. So we wanted to highlight that. So just some recommended changes. There's really just the last couple of slides here, and we'll open it up to any questions you might have. But recommended changes going forward is once the facility is wastewater treatment facility is closer to being completed, we'll need to staff that. So starting in 2027, FY 2027, I do expect you'll see some additional costs associated with staffing when we look at that for the new facility. We'd like to see a sanitation crew chief position funded at some point in the future, just with the increased focus from DEP on the operations at waste management. There's certainly a need for that, as well as the volumes of material they deal with has increased in the last couple of years. I've recommended this before, but a sanitation enterprise fund I think would be a helpful tool. And kind of alluded to it with some of the other challenges there, but just an increase in vehicle maintenance staff and budgets, maybe looking towards centralize that more might be a solution to addressing some of the increased costs associated with vehicles. That same thing would go with the facility maintenance. We need to look at the staffing and the budget associated with that going forward. The recommendation for facility maintenance is to look at a more of a building and grounds manager. We used to have that previously before the passing of a previous manager we had with Dick Court, but we really look towards the organization going forward. Restoring that position might be something that would be very beneficial to all the facilities for the town. So I'd like to finish on this slide. This really is the last one, and that is just highlighting the amount of revenue the department brings in. It's fairly significant. I won't go through every line of that, but this is one we show every year, and I'm sure the Finance Committee will, dig into it a little bit more when we present this to them. But the bottom line is $14.7 million is roughly what the DPW brings in for revenue. So it's just a good news story to tell. There are some revenues we need to look at over the next year. Beaches is one, as well as some water rates are something we've got to review over the next year. So we'll be back before you to talk about some of those things. But this certainly highlights and offsets a significant cost associated with the operations as the revenue that's brought in. So with that said, we'll just answer any questions you might have. I've got the A team here to really hone in on those questions that you might have. So,
Tracy.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and breaking down really the differences is great. My only question is with regard to your C&D income reduction. I know you said the costs are going up and we raised the rates. Do you think that the rates are impacting the income?
I'll let Roby dig into that a little bit more, but I don't believe so. Our rates are still lower than some others that are out there, and in talking with other communities that also take in fairly large volumes of C&D, they're seeing a drop off as well. So I don't know if that's less building that's happening or other outlets that are accepting that, but our rates are still lower than some other options. So I don't think it has a significant impact at what our rate is that volume is dropping off. I think it's other factors.
Yeah, that was one of the things when we raised it, because we were almost equal to what S&J was, and I was afraid that our numbers would decrease, and I just didn't know if that's what the impact was.
I wouldn't add anything to Jeff's comments. I totally agree with him. We have not heard any complaints about the rate. As a matter of fact, we're getting new customers from further distances away based on that rate that we're charging. We will anticipate that there will be a new contract with a C&D entity coming this July 1st, and we'll be bidding that out shortly. So we anticipate coming back again to discuss the fees, the rates, in terms of what that contract might be.
And the 20% water increase, is that usage? I mean, we didn't raise rates 20%, so I'm just surprised to see a 20% increase. So do we have that much more usage last year?
It's a combination. There was an increased usage. That was on one of the slides, probably one of the early slides, on what the percent of pumping was. Do you think it was 5%? Yeah, so 5% increase. So there is a significant, that 5% is a significant amount, but there was also a water rate increase that was impacting that as well. Every year over the last 4 years, we've increased rates. Yeah.
What was the
Sorry, the rate increase was around 15%.
Okay, I knew it had been years since we had done it. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz, do you have any questions for Jeff and the crew?
I do. Thank you.
I should say for Jeff, Liz, I should say for Jeff and the A team. I'm sorry.
Yes, the A team. I wanted to ask, I believe, and I could be wrong, that there is a new staff person as an engineer that is sort of manning the hotline. Is that a new staff position?
So in last year's budget, the budget that we're currently in now, there was a assistant wastewater superintendent position that was approved, and that position is filled. Brian Chase is in that position and is fully engaged in working with residents and responding to questions and concerns, and literally going door to door to meet with businesses to talk about their concerns, but also what the schedule might look like going forward. So yes, there is a new staff member.
But it's included in the budget?
Yes. Yep, it's included this year as well as for next year.
Okay. A moment of levity. I wondered why we have to pay greenhead flies, but it's in the budget, so thank you. But Jeff smiled at least. I wanted to know if there's any plans for electrifying some of the maintenance, landscaping maintenance tools for taking care of parks and so on, even the town hall lawn. So I don't know if that's a plan. It would be a capital budget issue, but it's something that we would, the experience that's coming down is that if we can electrify the these electrified equipment, including cars, have incredibly smaller maintenance needs. So I'm hoping that even in terms of the DPW, I understand that the police and the fire departments are feeling a little bit less, they'd rather not go fully electric because of the charging aspects and needing to be ready to go out on a dime. But I was hoping that the DPW might be able to go more fully electric.
That's a good question. That is something that we're looking at, and you're absolutely right. That would be more in capital budget requests than it would be in the operating budget. But for all capital requests going forward, we are looking to see if there are electric options for those pieces of equipment.
Awesome. And where would I find the cost for Weston and Sampson's management of the septic plant?
Yeah, that's one of the line items in the budget. I don't know that my presentation would have necessarily picked up on that, but I think within your packet, you also had the budget that Jennifer Mullen put together, which I failed to acknowledge that she's done an excellent job in putting that together, but this is the sheet. I think there's a line item associated with that in septage that would say contract operations, is that right?
She's got her hand up.
It's under plant operator. So if you go under enterprise funds, so it's towards the back of those sheets under septage.
Great.
It is listed, it's about the 6th or 7th line down under expenses, plant operator. For this upcoming year, we expect that to be $877,200. That's approximately a 5% increase, and it's exclusively that plant operator line.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Joyce?
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the presentation and all the financial details. I just had two questions. One is for Jeff, or more likely for the Assistant Director, Roby. How do you account for the reduced interest in stickers the past year? And do you think that that's a trend, or you think that that's just a fluke?
I can take a stab at that. I think that's been a relatively minor adjustment. I think we see adjustments year to year. So I wouldn't say that any of the adjustments in the sticker revenue, if you will, is anything that's alarming or we've, like a red flag. There's just seasonal, yearly adjustments to that.
Okay. And then my other question, and this is a more frivolous one, but on the slide just before that, when I was looking at additional challenges facing DPW, hazard waste, brush, and credit card costs, I just wondered what exactly are involved in the credit card costs? Is that paying for people to be able to, is that the percentage sliced off the fees for credit card companies when people make payments?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. And as we see the popularity of credit cards, people want to use plastic, which is great. Then it's less cash, going through the system. For various reasons, that's a good thing. But there is a cost to use plastic.
Oh, okay. So there's no chance that we could run the DPW with a really good MasterCard, that we have to let go that dream?
I don't think our finance director would let us charge that much.
Oh, Jennifer's tough.
Exceeded your limit.
That's all I have.
There, that commercial, denied, denied.
Well, thank you very much. It was a great presentation, and I'm sure just a little piece of what you're going to have when you get before finance. They'll certainly dig into all the numbers with you. But I appreciate it, and I'm sure the public's more informed now, too, as we get closer to town meeting. Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, can I just say one thing while we have them here? I have heard wonderful things about the mentoring that Amanda Lima is doing of DY students in STEM fields, mentoring them and giving them an idea of what the fields would look like, and giving a lot of personal attention to the kind of how you do relating to bosses and colleagues and give reports, in addition to the actual things they might be doing for their STEM internship. Well done.
Thank you, Amanda. Glad to hear you reaching out.
Yeah, we're hosting 2 Cape Cod Tech students for their co-op program. So they're with us 30 hours a week for 2 weeks at a time, and they alternate. And then
Excellent.
we also have a senior from St. John Paul, and she does a 30-hour internship between now and her graduation.
Great. That's wonderful. Thank you. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to call Scott and the golf up. You've been waiting so patiently in the back of the room. Thank you. We'll just change over the slides so that
Thank you.
Thank you. We do. I happen to be looking at it right on first page. But this one is a much larger print. Thank you. My eyes appreciate that. Okay, so for the sake of the folks out there who might not know who you are, please introduce yourselves.
Thank you for having us. Scott Gilmore, Director of Golf.
And I'm Dennis Hoy, Head Golf Professional for Yarmouth Golf.
And we are obviously here in front of you tonight to discuss the 2025 Annual Golf Feast. In the past, we've read this in. Would you like us to read this in?
Sure, for the minutes.
Well, no, it's a public hearing, so you have to open the, this is our first hearing, right? It's a
Yes.
public hearing,
Yes,
so
it
you
is,
need
yeah.
to read the, I'll do it. The legal notice, Town of Yarmouth, public hearing, 2025 annual golf fees. A fee hearing will be held at the Yarmouth Select Board on Tuesday, February 2nd and February 25th at 6 p.m. Yarmouth Town Hall, 1146, Route 28, South Yarmouth, Mass. 02665 for the 2025.
Lindsay, correction, it's February 4th.
What did I say?
February 2nd.
Second.
Oh,
Groundhog Day.
thank you. February 4th. Proposed annual golf fee, written comments will be accepted, selectmen at yarmouth.ma.us until February 24th. Verbal comments will be accepted at the hearing. The board meeting will begin at 6 p.m. And so the annual fees, annual pass, existing $13.65, proposed $14.25. Maybe we could put it up on the senior annual pass, $8.40 going to $8.75. Links annual pass after 12 p.m., $3.60 going to $3.75. Under 35 annual pass is currently $8.65, proposed $900. Young adult annual pass currently $3.70, proposed $3.85. Junior annual pass $125, existing, proposed $130. Twilight annual pass, which is after 2 p.m., is currently $800. The proposed fee is $840. And then daily fees, these are max fees and at the discretion of golf operations. Greens fees currently $122.51, proposed to be $128.63. And golf cars, 18 holes for pass holders, now $17.87, proposed $18.76. A golf cart, 9 holes for a pass holder is currently $10.86, going to $11.40. A golf cart, 18 holes for a non-pass holder is currently $18.07, proposed $29.47. Golf cart, 9 holes for a non-pass holder is $18.52, proposed $19.44. Range fees, small bucket of balls is $8.92, proposed $9.36. Medium, currently at $12.72, proposed $13.35. Large, $15.31 currently, proposed $16.07. Club rentals for 9 holes is currently at $35.06, proposed $36.81. 18 holes for club rentals is $56.15, proposed $58.95. A premium set is $86.78 and proposed at $91.11, and a handicap maintenance fee is currently at $63.66 and proposed to be at $66.84.
Thank you, Tracy.
All right. Thank you. So, we, at first, we want to recognize that Bass River is actually celebrating its 125th anniversary this year. And on July 2nd, 1900 is when it opened. And July 2nd this year, we have a pretty good anniversary celebration event we're going to plan up, and we'll have more information for that coming for you in the coming weeks and months. But something we would keep in mind, and hopefully you guys will join us on that day. But we want to let everybody know it's not every day a golf course turns 125 and lasts 125 years, so this is a pretty big deal, and we're excited to have it. We adjusted our logo this year to incorporate that. That logo right there is what you see is what we're going to use for this year. So we're very excited about that. Another feel-good story, if you will, we have a very good partnership with Mass Golf. If you guys can remember, last year we did the Junior Amateur Championship for the girls and boys. That was a very successful tournament. This year we were hosting the father-daughter tournament at Bayberry on August 4th. We have the qualifier for the Junior Am again on the links course now that that's reopened. And we continue our partnership with them every year. We actually just got one more.
Today, we locked it up today, yeah. It's the state mid amateur qualifier is going to be at Bass River in August this year, so we have another event coming in.
So we just like to highlight a couple of the feel-good stories right now that are in golf, and we're excited about these upcoming events. Just a quick recap from what we experienced in 2024. We had over 88,000 rounds played. We had another very busy year. Just under 1,300 memberships sold, so we're doing well on that front. We brought in approximately just under $1 million in revenue to add to the retained earnings, which is great to continue on our capital plan. As I mentioned, we hosted that good Mass Junior tournament for the boys and girls at both courses last year, with the championship round being at Bayberry. And we are the annual host site for the Top Shot Invitational, a big tournament to help support Cape Cod veterans every year, which they give back to just Cape Cod. Just to recap, we did do that major renovation to the links course. We spent $3 million there. I just want to highlight this because we opened it on July 18th. We only had about 4 months of it running. We had very good feedback from it, got a lot of play out there, but we're excited to bring it online from April on this year. So we're very excited to have that for us going forward. And I know the pros are excited to put more rounds out there. So, for when we come in front of you for the fees, it's for capital investments. We want to continue to invest in the operations, the structures, everything we got on the golf courses. Here is what we've done so far for 2024. Obviously, a major one was the course improvement in the links. We're also working on, we did the Bayberry Pro Shop painting. We did the direct transfer line, which is active. We started that in taking water in June last year to automatically send it instead of them pumping it, which is great for everybody. We got a new dump truck, which was awesome for us. We got a new tractor, which we very much needed. And then this year we're excited because we're going to get 2 new leases. The cart lease is coming in April, and the equipment lease also in April. Both of those were up, and we're excited to bring those on. Dennis can highlight the cart lease a little bit.
Yeah, we just re-upped our cart lease for the next coming year, and the new carts are going to be outfitted with the GPS system, which is going to be on the dashboard of the golf carts, which is going to allow us to track people, track their pace of play, but it's also going to allow them to get messages and be able to do things such as order food on a touch screen in front of them. believe it or not, it has actually
Oh, I might
Bluetooth.
be into golf now. I didn't know about all this.
It actually has Bluetooth speakers you can hook your phone into, so you can play music too while you're in there. And
Might try it out.
yeah, it's actually pretty neat, but for us, it's also good because there's a thing called geofence for us with the golf carts. So places where carts go dangerous, where they could roll over or get into areas that you want to protect, with this, it stops them. So as soon as they get near these areas, it's going to tell them that they have to slow down and back out in order to do that. So we can control where the carts go, and it'll help us with a lot of things, including pace of play, which is a huge thing for golf courses all the time. So it's going to be a great addition for us in April. So
Yeah, very much a key feature for 2025 and beyond.
Are these electric carts?
Unfortunately, no, we're still gas. We're actually working on some improvements with Bill and some project team members on trying to go invest money in the cart barn to make that electric, but they are the best gas carts on the market, so Quiet is the most gas efficient, but we are working on
I
plans.
was just wondering, when they geofence out of where they go, you could just shut them off.
They can shut down.
shut off, yeah.
which is
With
good.
the gas?
Yep.
Oh, perfect.
Yep.
yeah, we can actually, like say if we're having a golf tournament, we have 100 carts set up for outside. We can have on our computer in the office, we can have them all off, so nobody can go driving around and get cause traffic nightmares. And then we can turn it on, and in 5 minutes they all turn on, and then people can take off. So,
Wow, great.
yeah, so it's a neat innovation thing that we have coming in this year. So.
We are definitely very excited about the new fleet. The equipment is very similar to what we had before. It was just time to turn it over. They get used very much aggressively daily, so it was just time to flip them out. 2025, this is what we have projected for the upcoming town meeting. As you can see, it's mostly equipment. A core harvester on there is make it easier for aeration on all of us. So it's very much very manual labor, very intense. This helps speed up the process and lets key members of staff do something else while this machine can do the work of 3 or 4 men. So it's very much
Or women.
or women, sorry, handy. The new tractor and loader is actually for the other golf course, Bass River. That one is on its last leg, so this will be a key investment over there. And another, we have to replace the 2008 F-350 truck. We pretty much run things into the ground before we come and replace. I'm sorry, Pro Shop Furniture and Fishes, we spent a lot of money in upgrading the Pro Shops to nice paint and upgrades that it's time to have nice furniture and fixtures to match. Dennis can hit that a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just basically the things that we display the clothing, golf balls, et cetera, on. For the last forever, they've had things that they've picked up that were probably 25, 30 years old aluminum starting to rust type of things. So we want to get, so the pro shops look nicer and we were able to display things better and get things out so when people come in, the shopping experience is a better thing. So, yeah, so this is something we're trying to invest back on.
That's where our plan for the money is going into these key items there for Springtown meeting. So this is where we're at through 2025 on our investments. As you see, we spent just under $2 million from retained earnings. The Links project was obviously through debt. Was a $3 million project, so that's funded through our budget at roughly $150,000 right now. It'll probably go up over time, but and then our current retained earnings is just under $2.8 million, which is a nice healthy number for us to continue to invest into the golf courses and continue to make improvements. This budget breakdown, I'm sorry, that's not very clear, but things on the side, the key numbers that we need to continue is membership. Revenue is key at $1 million or above. We've run the numbers, and when it's below $1 million, it doesn't work very well. When it's above, it works pretty well for us. We've stayed over the $1 million in the last few years, and it's been very helpful for us to run the operation efficiently and put money in the bank to continue our program to fund some key items and capital for the golf courses. That's pretty much what that's showing there. Our budget is going to be roughly $5 million going forward. some things are kind of out of control with expenses going up, fuel-wise, chemical-wise, fertilizers. We don't really have much control of that, but we have to continue to invest into the golf courses. Two of the main things are the leases that have gone considerably up over since the last time we did it was 5 years ago. They've increased considerably, unfortunately, and that's just more the cost of doing business. This was the legal you guys just read in, and we appreciate that very much. One key note on the fees, the Links Pass did not go up last year. That one stayed the same as we were doing the renovations. So every other pass went up last year except for that one. This was advertised on January 23rd. A memo to the board that was sent along with this packet is pretty much highlight of everything we just did. We're all wanting to throw it right back into the golf courses to make them better every single year, to continue to get people to come and play. We've done a pretty good job of doing that, and we'd like to continue that. The GSC is very, very supportive of us in the operation. They voted unanimously on the increase. It's 5% to daily cart fees, roughly 4% increase to the annual passes. We had great luck with the early purchase of the membership for the 25 pass on the 2024 rate, brought in just under $300,000 in revenue. So people are loving that 4-day sale we do on Black Friday. Always letting them know it could not go up or might not go up. So people are taking advantage of it when they can, and we appreciate that. So just to highlight what's happening, as you read in, it's roughly a 4% increase across the board, except for the Twilight. We didn't go much up. We only went up $10 last year as it was new, but we saw a very good increase on that, and we feel a 5% increase is good for that particular pass this year. But like I said, it's roughly a 4% across the board. Why the need, as I continue to mention, we need capital at both golf courses continuing. Things weren't done for a very long time, and we're just playing catch up. And it's good to always continue to improve and invest into the projects that we needed done. A couple highlights of what's underway that's already been approved that are trying to finish up or getting going is clubhouse improvements at Bayberry. We're in a bathroom project right now and a painting project for the grill. We're working on the patio cart staging area. We've ripped up some of the path, improved it over there, as well as getting the final design of the patio. Bass River, we're getting quotes for the painting to get that clubhouse all one color and make it like a lot nicer looking. Right now it's 3 different colors, very worn out, very ugly looking, so we're gonna make that a lot fresher looking. And then the long-awaited Bass River Golf Cart Bridge is on schedule to go back in by March. So that is a huge win for everybody, and we're very excited about that one. A couple of the future things is, as you mentioned, where there's not a lot of Bass River discussion here. That's a very old facility on all fronts. As you know, it's now 125 years old. We haven't done a lot of work over there since early 50s and 60s, and that's going to come to the forefront very quickly as we're in plans of the master plan and what to do with clubhouse renovations, maintenance facility renovations, cart barn renovations. So we're trying to get all that done now and to figure out the best path forward to get those plans underway. The Bay Rails cart barn is in need of work, and we're looking at the possibility of renovate that to house more carts, electrify the carts, and possibly a function facility above that. Both golf courses lack space needed for tournaments and big events, and we'd like to get into that market, and this would be a key feature to have there. Infrastructure upgrades, the irrigation systems will need to be replaced in the coming years. Right now they're okay still, but something to keep in mind in the future. And then obviously there's the reclaimed water use going on in town, and Bayberry is a big discussion point and where that's going and what that looks like. It's a good thing for us, good thing for the town, and we can make that work for everybody, but that's obviously a topic of discussion to make sure that works out for everybody. So the rising cost of the operation is obviously everybody kind of is experiencing this. Just wanted to highlight it. The lease is one of the main reasons why the budget's up. Energy costs are up, fertilizer, chemicals, there's not much we can do there. The surcharge thing was something that happened during COVID and just continues now. Unfortunately, that's in almost every invoice we experience. And then steel is still up. Most of these have kind of leveled off at that point, and this is kind of just a new pricing point, which is nice, but this is just kind of the new world we live in, unfortunately. That's where we're at with everything in that kind of growing world. This slide right here is a comparison of the rates between the other towns and what we charged in 2024 and what we projected in 25. As you can see, some are lower, some are higher, but we're kind of right in that happy medium for the average of the fees for us. A couple key points I want to put out on this slide is if you were to look at Dennis, for example, Dennis is a completely different way they run their golf courses. They are fully general funded. That's why they can probably charge that low of a rate. We are not. We're fully funded by what we bring in. So we have no taxpayer funding, none of that coming our way. So it's key to know exactly how the golf courses run when you're looking at the fees. Both Barnstable and Brewster are also enterprise funds like us, but not true to the point where we are. They do have some type of funding that goes to those two courses. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at these slides, that it's not all apples to apples as you compare them across. But we feel our structure works really well for us, and that's why we recommend it to come in front of you guys to hopefully approve for us. But that's the way we're looking at it. We also, non-resident is not any more than the resident. That for us, it works out that way. We like to continue that. We do that for a couple of reasons. We did it a few years back because we wanted to grow the membership, and that worked. And we want to continue on that path. And then with us not receiving any funding, we thought this was a better way to go for our operation. So that's how we do it. We do track how many non-residents we get, which is why we have those that way, but they are the same fee. Just to highlight, this is where we're at as we continued on the path of growing the membership. So as I mentioned a few years back, we changed it into this kind of format you see now, and we continue to grow even though we obviously are raising the fees every year. But we are reinvesting back into the golf courses, which is, the GEC is very supportive of, and the membership's supportive of. So we continue to make both golf courses better every single year, and that's a goal we want to continue. And just to highlight, I know I mentioned it was roughly $300,000 we brought in, but it was actually 243 memberships that we sold during that 4-day span. So that was a very good thing for everyone involved. And I just wanted to end with a very old picture of Bass River that was taken back in early 1900s. That's actually the old first green you see there. So sometimes it's cool to see what it used to look like post now. And we are happy to answer any possible questions.
Golf bags and golf clubs were a lot smaller back then than they are now. Mark?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for the golf?
No, I don't, Madam Chair, other than to say thanks for being in here tonight. Thanks again for all the great work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Tracy?
Thank you. I think I was one of those people who disliked the same fee for members and non-members, but it's clearly, for residents and non-residents, I always feel that we should give our residents a benefit, but, you've crawled out of what was some dark times for the golf course, so we'll leave that alone. I'm happy to kind of see the P&L a little bit more specifics. I think numbers are data for me, and being able to see what the revenues by courses is something I've talked about for years. And it looks like to some extent we've got there, but your expenses are still all pretty much looped together and hard to probably decipher, especially when it gets to the Medicare, OPEB, and all those things, because you don't know where people are working. But I'm surprised to see that number in your budget go down. And I'm curious about that. I know Jennifer's here, so that's one question. And can you tell me just a little bit about the restaurant situation you have on income and expense that kind of washes itself out? What's the plan for that this year?
Yeah, so the restaurant, we obviously are under a lease with Chess Hospitality, so we get a monthly rent from them. That's where the income comes in. And the expense line is, so if, like, equipment breaks down, it's on them, but if it breaks down, like, beyond repair or something like that, we then invest in a new, like, refrigerator or something like that. So some years it may not be a lot, some years it might be more, depending on the equipment. But we don't want them buying it and then possibly leaving with it, so we'd rather have it on site for the future.
Okay. All right. And is that Ian sitting behind you? Hi, Ian. Mrs. Post, you play Little League with my son. It's good to see you here, and I just wanted to say thank you. I know you've been involved with the tournament that you donated the money to the school for the Coach Funk Fund to offset fees for students, and I just wanted to say thank you. That's a huge undertaking that you and Mr. Gleason did, and I'm very appreciative, so I just wanted to recognize you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, Joyce?
Oh, thank you. I just had one question. As we look at the tariff situation, do you think that any of the products that you use are likely to go up dramatically in price, either from the tariffs on China or if they actually happen, the tariffs on Canada and Mexico?
It depends on more, it would be more on the chemical side than anything. Fertilizer, a little bit, but it's more on chemical. It would be the China route there. A lot of it comes from that way. Not too much comes from Canada. Fertilizer comes from Canada. So depending on what kind. So we have to keep in mind kind of what's going on and kind of survey the market to see which one we may use this year. We haven't purchased any fertilizer yet, knowing things may change. So we're keeping an eye on the current situation before we buy any fertilizer. We bought almost all our chemicals ahead of time in early order, which was nice. We save a lot of money that way, and then we get rebates for the next year. So we're pretty stocked up on that front for the year. But we will keep an eye on what's going on in fertilizer, try to get the best price as we go moving on. So.
Good. I'm concerned generally about the upward pressure on utilities, HVAC, but also electricity. So I hope you kind of watch that carefully, because that's something we're really going to have to worry about in this budget year, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz?
Yep, and that was my comment, was looking at the energy costs up at over 125% over last season. And it's a little probably not fair, but an awful lot of golf courses have added solar in order to offset those energy costs. And I would encourage us to look into that as well, and hopefully we'll have some guidance in that department with an energy manager in a not too distant future. So I think that, so there's usually places to add solar on a golf course, whether it's the sheds or even a ground mount. That was my point. Thank you.
Well, just to hit that point real quick, we do or are looking into the adding solar to especially our high areas of use, like the pump houses, the maintenance facilities. We have pretty good sun, so we could put it there. But our energy costs are directly associated with how much water we pump in the ground, pump out of the ground. So if it's a dry year, we're going to have higher energy because we're pumping more water. Going forward, we are going to have a higher energy cost just because we pump the reclaimed water now instead of the septic facility. So just things to keep in mind, so that we're very much looking into other ways to help that out with solar and stuff like that.
That sounds like the right answer. Good.
I have one more thing, because I can't help it. I can't help myself when it comes to the fertilizer. I know we went down this road a few years ago, but Now's a good time to look at alternatives. And I'm just going to keep saying that because I think we have to lead as a town. And I know everybody keeps telling me that this is, we need to use fertilizer, but if we really want to clean up our ground, we need to start with us. And while it might be a little bit more expensive, now's the time to start looking at alternatives.
Yep. So we actually use Sea Blend, which is actually made in Maine, which is a very organic fertilizer. It's a little more money, but we use it in the springtime, as it really helps us get green pretty quickly.
Organic's good.
So it's
Thank
a
you.
great product, and we love it. And we started that a few years back.
I just have a couple of quick questions. On the Bayberry Hills, is that where the links course is included? So that's why that's so much higher than the Bass River, than the regular Bass River Club, right?
Right, yep.
Yeah, so you're looking at, and how about play? Have you, it looks like you've had a steady increase up to this point, and you're kind of anticipating you will for next year.
Well, the one thing that's nice, we're increased, but we remember the links course was closed till middle of July last year, so we didn't even have that. So the fact that we increased revenue during that time is a good problem to have, so it means people are coming out and, yeah, we've been filling up the golf courses pretty well.
Yeah, I think the Cape really still is a great golf destination, and that's something that is occurring not just in the summer, but pretty much on the shoulder seasons as well. So it's nice to see, because you hear overall about how golf is on the downside, and yet your numbers are showing that golf here in Yarmouth is going up, which is great.
Yep.
I'm glad to see it. Thank you. Great presentation. It's wonderful. Now you don't have to worry about.
We have to go to the public. It's a public hearing.
Sorry. But it must be nice that you've got the links back on schedule for this year. And you don't.
It'll help our staff out greatly, trust me.
We're very excited to have it online all year long.
We don't seem to have any hands up among anyone online. Do we have anyone here present who would like to make any comments? No? Okay.
Make a motion, we continue the hearing to February 25th for the second hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Liz?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We record Liz's aye as well. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. We'll see you on the 25th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have discussion regarding the Parkers River Boardwalk Park name. Jim Saban, I believe, wants to make a presentation.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead, Jim.
Chairman, Select Board members. I'll take a quick minute and read a few things here. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss the naming of 696 Route 28, the former driving site. I'd like to share with you a brief background about this community project and its development. Since 2015, the Drive-In Site Utilization Committee has worked diligently with our community, holding over 50 meetings and public hearings to gather input and build consensus. Through this collaborative process, we've developed plans that reflect our community's diverse needs and wishes. The site design includes several amenities our residents requested: a kayak launch ramp, a playground, artist shanties, walking paths, shellfish upweller, event space, and yes, even a boardwalk. The design process has been thorough and community-driven. We've carefully considered various options, including different boardwalk configurations and optimal location for event spaces, all supported by professional studies and community feedback. Regarding the site's name, at this board's request, the Drive-In Site Utilization Committee recently conducted a public survey to gather suggestions from our community members. After careful review of the submissions, Dissect compiled a list of most frequently suggested names, being mindful of focus on location-based rather than individual names. While the current proposed name is Parkers River Boardwalk Park, recent community feedback shows stronger support for Parkers River Landing. We believe this name effectively represents the site's multiple uses and amenities and not just a boardwalk. For context, our town has previously updated location names to better reflect community preferences, such as the recent change to the Bass River Beach to Smuggler's Beach. The committee would appreciate your consideration of the community's preference for Parker's River Landing as the site's name. Thank you.
Okay, open it up to discussion. Mark?
I don't have any questions.
Tracy?
I don't know if I have any questions. I've read all the literature. I guess I've also talked to a lot of people. I don't know if a Facebook post is considered a survey, but we did a survey. We've been down that road. We did a public survey, and I thought we took a lot of what was in there and utilized it. Now, I'm not opposed to landing. I mean, I don't, but when you say that this park isn't just a boardwalk, I get that. It's not. But when I talk to people about, if you're driving down a road and you're not from Yarmouth, and it says Parker's River Landing, would you pull in there? Would you know there was a boardwalk there? And the answer is no. To all out-of-town people that I've spoke to, but if they knew there was a boardwalk, it's an amenity, and it's one piece of it. But how else, we know that it's there. Other people driving down the road, I don't think would utilize that space as much if they didn't know it was there. So while I agree with you that it's not all that it is much more than that. For non-Yarmouth residents that don't know it's there, I think it's important to point out to people on Route 28 because I think it makes a difference on whether or not a family would pull in and utilize the park or not. I can make a Facebook post 3 weeks from now with my strong opinion and bring it back. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, at what point does it end? I felt like we did a process. I understand there were multiple recommendations. But, the way you word something is very important. And if I said, and I don't think a lot of people knew that it was already named. But, it's neither here nor there. I'm comfortable with our decision. I don't have a strong opinion about it, so whatever the board wants to do. But to me, I think it's important that we utilize the boardwalk name at some point. Even if it's not in the name, then somehow tell people that it's there. I don't know how you do it. People say that the naming was duplicit or like saying it twice.
Parky McParky.
Maybe, but my point is, like I said, the people I spoke to thought it was a very important piece of why they would go and even visit it in the first place, right? I don't know if people would stop at a landing. I don't know what that means to somebody who doesn't have a kayak, right? Or what that, you know what I mean? Like, if there's a lot of things in there. So I'm comfortable with the name that we have personally. I think we did our due diligence. We took a lot of what was on the original Survey Monkey. Now we have different information, obviously. But again, 3 weeks from now, we could have somebody pose a different position and then bring it back. It just, at some point, it's just got to end. So whatever the board wants to do, I think having boardwalk in the name is important. And that's why when Mark recommended that the last time, I thought it was great. And I didn't have any complaints, really. I know Jim reached out to me, like, I didn't have anybody tell me that they didn't think it was a great idea. I think you could put anything on Facebook and push somebody in a certain direction. Not push them, I don't mean it like that, but I do. I think 2 weeks from now, you could have somebody say, oh, I don't like that name, let's do it again. You're never gonna make everybody happy. And that's unfortunate, Jim, because I want to make everybody happy. But no matter what we do, we're going to change it to yours. We're going to get other people that are going to be upset. And that's the truth. That's the fact. You've sat here. You know what it's like. You're never going to make everybody happy. You're just not.
Madam Chair? Can I just make a couple of comments? First of all, Jim, you and the members of your committee have done an incredible job. No one wants to take anything away from that. I mean, you've worked incredible number of hours. You've put a lot of time and energy into this, and that's appreciated, very much so. Now, when we first got into this project, there was a survey done to survey residents in terms of the things that they wanted the town to do. And the number one item on the list of projects or the way to redevelop the site was to build a boardwalk. That was the number one thing that the public residents, the residents of Yarmouth, the people, the community wanted us to do. That was at the top of the list. Throughout the project, during the permitting, during public discussions, we've called it the Yarmouth Riverwalk Park Boardwalk and Event Space. That's a title that town staff would put on the permits. And then for short, we would often use the term Yarmouth Riverwalk Park and Boardwalk. So we've been pretty consistent in, at least I believe, following the will of the people in the way in which we've characterized what we're trying to do and where we're trying to go with this. So in the initial surveys, like I said, when we surveyed residents about what to do with the site, Boardwalk was the number one thing that people wanted. They were also interested in the park. Those are the main items. Now, when I think of a landing, I think of Packet Landing. Packet Landing is a very historic place in the town of Yarmouth, and it's a landing, okay? It's a landing. It's a place where people get on a boat, get on a ship, or cargo is unloaded on a ship or taken off. So, the term landing is very historic in this community. So I'm very careful about changing names or calling something a landing. If we think about the old wharf on the north side, Yarmouth Port, at the end of Wharf Road, there was the town landing on the wharf. The town landing is what it was referred to. Again, a place for cargo, people to embark on a ship or disembark or be loaded on a ship or taken off. So landings, at least historically in our community and our region, have had that kind of definition. And if you actually look it up, Webster's dictionary says a landing is a place for discharging and taking on passengers. There are other marine construction books and others that refer to landings in a similar way. A landing is a stable, fixed platform at water level where boats can dock and unload passengers or their cargo. So those are some of the historic definitions and the uses of the term landing. Now today, landing is not just a historic term, it's also a term that is used around the East Coast for a place where you launch your boat. So if I have a Boston whale, or if I have, if I like to fish and motor to the Cape with my boat, my Boston whaler on the back to go out and catch stripers or catch whatever, I'll go to a place like Hemingway Landing or Childs River Landing or Craven's Landing or Barley Neck Landing. If you live in Orleans or Chatham, there's a landing on every street, a place where you can just about launch your boat and go in there. You can load up your boat, put your kids on it, put your cargo on it, put your cooler on it. And so there are landings that we have all over the Cape and all over the East Coast. So from my point of view, when I relook at the surveys that were done, the original survey that we did, there was no huge hue and cry for a landing in the original survey. The recent survey that we did last July, I think landing got maybe 2 votes, 3 votes. That didn't get much support. So, what I'm concerned about is, we made a decision, and I'm looking for a compelling reason to change it, and I'm sort of in the same place as Tracy, that I think we've done a good job. I think we're in the right spot. The public wants a boardwalk, and throughout the process, we've called it a boardwalk. So for some reason, why we wouldn't call it a boardwalk doesn't seem to make sense, because I think to some degree the use of the term has been very consistent with what the people wanted and have wanted. And when we made that determination some time ago, the feedback I received was positive. So those are my comments.
Joyce? Oh, did you?
Just want to know, do you want me to respond to any of this, or?
I'll give you a chance after I think everyone has spoken.
Okay, Jim, I stepped out to the ladies' room, so I want to make sure I understand exactly your ask. It's not just to get rid of the name that we have going now. It's to propose Parker's River Landing. Am I getting that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
In place of what we have now. He's trying to rename it.
Yeah.
Not trying to rename anything. We're asking you to reconsider the name that you have placed as Parkers River Boardwalk. So, and our reasoning behind that is because the vast majority of people that we've asked, including the documentation that we provided you, people are not in favor of that. With reference to landing, or with regards to the concerns about a boardwalk, my response to that would be, well, then why don't we have a name that says Parkers River Kayak Event Space, Boardwalk Space, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not just a boardwalk space, and people who want kayaks, you're saying because it says landing, they're going to keep going by, but if it says boardwalk, they're going to go in. It's not accurate. The whole purpose of this is because this entire project has been done through community input. And through community input, we have been told, through our feedback, that the name Parkers River Boardwalk Park is difficult, it's Parky McParky, and it doesn't signify what truly this piece of property is all about. And it's building consensus and listening to the people in our town who want it to be named a certain way. That's why we're back here. You have the right to do whatever you want. It's one of the things I told you when I was here in the past. As a selectman, it's one of the things that you get to do. You get to name stuff. How cool is that? But also, I think it's the responsibility of our boards of selectmen to listen to the people in this community. We just had a special town meeting because people accuse you of not listening. Well, we've just provided you with hundreds of people who have said, listen to us. We don't want to be called Parkers River Boardwalk Park. We would like you to call it Parkers River Landing. It's that simple. We're just asking you to reconsider it and listen to the people in our community. You're going to do what you want to do. With regards to landing, I would suggest that also the argument that Selectman Frost made was he didn't like the term esplanade because it was too urban. But esplanade truly defines what this piece of property is. So if we're going to poo-poo one because it doesn't, when in the other we do, well, you can't have it both ways, so in my opinion. So our point to you is this. Our committee worked hard. We did what you asked us to do. We brought back 4 suggestions. You didn't like them, so you created your own name, and that's your right. But we're simply telling you that people in this community do not like it, and we'd ask you to reconsider and use the other name. It's that simple.
Liz hasn't had an opportunity to speak. Liz?
Short and sweet. I don't have a pony in this, and I think a lot of people have responded to Jim's outreach, and so I give some credence to that.
Okay.
Just for the record, I give credence to it too. My problem is I gave credence to the last process. I did. I read every one of those responses. We took a combination of the highest responses. We took and made something out of that. Landing at that point in time, as Mark has pointed out, wasn't there. And I know you wanted Esplanade from the beginning based on some of the emails that we got. So, like I said, to me, it's a moving target. We did listen to the people. I feel like I listened to the people. I read the responses. We came up with something. And again, I do believe that no matter what you do, not everyone's going to be happy. It doesn't mean that we don't listen to the people. It's just a different group of people now. And if we changed it, then the people from the boardwalk people would come and say, why'd you change it? Now it's not a boardwalk. It's like, it's a very difficult situation. I'm not trying to be difficult. I know you are very passionate about it. Very passionate, and I know you feel very strongly about it. I don't have that strong feeling, but I felt like I did the best I could with all the information we were provided at that time.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
can I quickly ask a question?
Okay.
Of all the responses that you got, how many people told you that they liked Boardwalk versus the other alternatives? One?
When?
In these recent surveys and the stuff that the
There's no
town put a
better
note
recent
out
survey.
and asked
I
people.
don't consider
okay.
a Facebook post a
But-
survey.
that's
or-
irrelevant.
Or something that.
In other words, you don't want to listen to the community.
It's not necessarily our community,
Okay,
though.
okay.
It's, we're having it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
I don't feel like a Facebook post, you don't know who those people are. I feel like we did our due diligence with the Survey Monkey through staff, through the process. That's how I feel.
Okay, I haven't had a chance to talk yet, so I'm going to speak. From the moment that we've named this park to now, quite frankly, I haven't heard one positive for the name. What I have seen, and in original conversations with Jim, and he's been talking to me about this for a while. It only came up now because I kept saying to Jim, you know, he'd say to me, oh, I've got all these people that don't like the name. And I don't have anyone that likes the name. And I kept saying, I'm a numbers person. You have to show me the numbers. Show me these numbers. And that's exactly what he did when he put this packet together. I hear you about Facebook, but you know what? Facebook has become the conduit for a lot of what is done now. People don't respond. People didn't really, how many responses back did we get on the survey?
Hundreds.
We did get
And
hundreds.
if I went out to the post office on Saturday and asked how many people to sign my thing if they liked the Riverwalk Boardwalk Park, I would have hundreds of signatures too. Because I think people, they deal with what's in front of them, and
So you know what my answer back to you would be? Then go ahead and go out there and do it.
I'm not
Bring
gonna
those
do that,
numbers,
'cause
and then
that's
bring
not-
those numbers back to show me. Because for me personally,
it's.
and anyone,
We
I'm
did it
just
already.
saying,
We're
I'm just saying.
rehashing the same thing we've already
right,
rehashed.
but-
That's my
but-
frustration, is we've been down this road. We are so busy, and here we are again. It's not that I don't want to listen to the people. I felt like I did listen to the people. That's my position.
What you were listening, from my perspective, you were listening to the people, you came up with your name, and then since that name has been put out there, there is a groundswell against it. And my feeling is, if you're looking at it, okay, maybe in your surveys, back whenever you did your surveys, how long ago did you do the surveys?
The surveys were done last July.
Last July, okay.
Right. And like I said, the term landing, you know, we went through the surveys and there was a mixture of responses, but landing got maybe one, two, or three responses, that's about it.
Yeah.
All right, so if we're talking about, and again, no one was campaigning for one name, no one was out there campaigning for one name or the other. We wanted to hear genuinely what people had to say. And like I said, Riverwalk Park, if you want to go by what the people voted for in that survey, the Riverwalk Park was at the top.
So,
Right.
right, I
So if
hear
you want-
you.
If you want to follow the survey, the last survey, Riverwalk Park was the one that came up on top.
So I hear you, what you're saying, but I'm just saying that, then why aren't these people coming forward now to say, we support the name? We don't have any problem with the name. I haven't seen anyone come forward saying,
Before, when we were calling it a Boardwalk Park, the Yarmouth Riverwalk Park Boardwalk and Event Space, no one was upset that the term boardwalk was in it. When people filled out the original survey, like I said, boardwalk was at the top of the list of things that they wanted to see there. And then, and so, you know, again, as Tracy said, if you want to do a survey and hear ultimately what people want, we've got 2 surveys already that we've done. And like I said, there's no groundswell for the river, the Parker's River landing idea. And again, my concern is that calling it something that it's not doesn't necessarily serve us well either. Because it's not a landing, unless we're planning on building a landing.
And it's not just a boardwalk.
I understand that, but it is a boardwalk, but it's not a landing.
And a kayak ramp and an event space and walking trails and a playground.
But if you're calling it a landing, do you know how many people are gonna be pulling up in their bus with in the trucks, looking for a place to drop their boat? That's typically what you do at a landing.
Madam Chair, it's 9:15 in the evening. The point we wanted to make is that the people in the community are not desirous of the name that you've had. It's your abilities as the Board of Selectmen to name it whatever you want. We're only telling you that the people in the town feel that you're not listening to them, and this is what they prefer.
So I would leave it at this. We have our board sitting, we have all 5 members present tonight. Does anyone want to make a motion to reconsider the name of the park? If so done, then we're moving forward.
I make a motion to reconsider it. And the reason that I'm doing this is that so many of the names were people who worked on the drive-in utilization committee for 10 years. I also like short names, but I'm kind of agnostic. I mean, I would name it South Park and think it was very subversive. but I know you're not going to let me do that, so I just open it up.
Okay. Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a second. So now we're in discussion.
The motion is, wait a minute, her motion was to
Reconsider the name of the park.
reconsider, but not, are you making a motion to rename the park? We've named the park, as far as I'm concerned.
Reconsider the name to Barker's River Landing?
You're making a motion to change the name.
Okay, Tracy.
I'm asking.
I make a motion
Or do you
to
just wanna have-
reconsider the name of the park and to name the park Parker's River Landing.
So you're really making a motion to change the name to Parker's
I am,
River Landing?
I guess.
Okay, so if that's your motion?
Yep, and that may change Liz's second.
Okay, and
No, I can still second that.
You can still second that, okay. So now we're open to discussion, to change the name. Any more discussion, or we'll vote on that? As I say, I personally just feel, I can hear you about saying that there's campaigning done, but it concerns me that I've not heard one positive.
And I've not heard one negative until Jim brought it to my attention, honestly. Not one person that I've talked to has said anything negative. So we talked to different people, and that's fine.
But I mean,
Again,
and there aren't any emails, from, like, it was kind of out there, and as I understand it, am I correct, Bob, in saying that this was out on the town's social media site at one point?
Yes.
And did we get any responses back of people positive on the name of Parker's River Boardwalk Park?
I don't think that's what was asked.
What was asked on the town's?
No idea. But I don't think we've actually solicited votes on any name since that last survey, like I said.
Well, so that's why I think her motion was important to me. Like, if she wants to reconsider, then I would be okay with having a process. But if she wants to rename it, then that's a totally different thing. I mean, I don't know if we've put it out, possible, let's see. It's a discussion, it's not for a vote here, so I think we should put it back on our agenda, see what we get in the meantime, but if you want to do that, I think that you should make a vote to rename the park on our agenda, because this is a discussion. I don't know. That's my thought. at
Didn't you
least.
just want me to include that in my revised motion, didn't I?
I was asking you because I thought you were saying, I thought your motion was to reconsider, meaning like have a process, do something to look at it, have some public input. That would be one motion. But then that's why I was asking, are you asking for a process to reconsider, or are you asking for a name change? And you said a name change.
Yes.
I mean, there are other ways to go about a process. If you would like to go through a process, you could put it, we've got a census form going out. You could put a ballot in the census with a bunch of names. You could take the, you could, well, the thing is that the sign is on hold, and obviously.
Any time constraint now.
Okay. I thought there was.
Any time constraint.
I think that they have to get it done. The latest thing that I sent out an email that we got from Amanda. I think she's still here. Is it February that I saw
is that the new deadline? I know originally we thought it was October, but they haven't fabricated it, but we have to pay for it and get it done by February. So it's, I think we are getting to the,
By February, in February this month? So now we are under a deadline.
I don't see how a deadline allows for opening up an entire process.
Right.
I mean,
Well, then are we
maybe
listening
we
to
should,
people?
I realize that the Board of Selectmen votes and decisions are very important, but maybe we should let this one go.
I think at this point, there's really no more discussion we can do. Amanda, you're telling us it really needs to be done this month. So let's just vote on, we have a motion.
Can you vote on it based on the agenda item? Is that within the scope of the agenda item? Does people know we're voting to do it? I don't know. I think it's a valid question, but maybe we need to put it on the next agenda.
It was on tonight's agenda.
As a discussion.
Then we will put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
And when you do discussion, a possible vote is implied as long as it's a full item on the agenda.
I would think so, but
Okay, listen, you do what you want.
Oh, if I were able to do that, what I would do with Yarmouth, yes, sir.
Bob, I just ask you, as we have it listed on the agenda,
it's legal. I mean, it's the preference of the board. It doesn't say discussion and vote, it says discussion, but it's clearly labeled Parker's River Boardwalk Park name. So I think from a legal standpoint, I don't think it's a violation of the open meeting law. But
okay, well, in that case, I'm going to go ahead with a vote. All those in favor, and we're going to do a voice vote because we have Liz on Zoom. So I'm going to start with Liz. All those in favor?
And the motion is for Parker's River Landing, correct?
Correct. That's the motion on the table.
I will vote in favor of that.
Okay. Mark?
No.
Tracy?
No.
Joyce?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So it's passed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the community appreciates you listening to us, and we'll be very happy with the name.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Mary, you've been very patient back there. Come on up.
I'm only here if you need anything from me on your following questions.
Right, but it's on the next agenda item, the discussion and possible vote for the proposed non-binding ballot question. Maybe you could just give us a little.
So sure.
Right.
There is a process under state law for petitioners to petition you as the Board of Selectmen to put a non-binding public advisory question on a annual.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Okay.
Very
Passed.
good. Perfect.
Fastest item tonight.
Thanks, Mary.
Okay. Our next item is proposed town meeting article for the town common. Mark?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm just looking for the board to support an article that can be placed on the warrant to essentially examine the feasibility of, let me back up here a little bit. I've got some notes on this. First of all, let me just talk a little bit about, when we talk about town common, what we're talking about. You heard a little bit, some of the commentary earlier today from Dave Reed and from Bob Kelly. This idea of a town common was put forth by Dave Reed's committee that was formed in 2007 and issued a report in 2008. They made recommendations on the reuse of the Simpkins School. Tracy was on it, Kurt Sears was on it, Tom Roach and others. I thought the committee did a great job, quite frankly, in coming up with recommendations on both the Simpkins School and the town common idea. And the Simpkins School, unfortunately, the recommendations were never pursued. However, the recommendations with respect to a town common really never, gained any traction. And I think, quite frankly, it's a very smart proposal. It's a very worthy proposal. The idea of a town common would be basically to better preserve and conserve and protect the land that exists between Town Hall and the Simpkins property and bordered by the MacArthur School. And to me, when I first read the proposal, I was impressed with it. And then obviously in the passing of John Sears, I think he had a real impact on people's lives here in this community. He was inspiring public servant. He did great work for the town. And I've always thought that in his passing that we should do something to honor his legacy and his service to the town. This is his neighborhood. This is his place. He probably played football and baseball on that athletic field for many, many years. And he went to high school, at the Simpkins School. In fact, it was noted in his obituary that he was one of the few Yarmouth residents that went to first grade, kindergarten, first grade, all the way to high school at that building. And his service to the town was basically in so many areas, but one that sort of has always struck me as important is the importance of protecting public property, public lands. And so the common idea has really stuck with me. And I think it's something that we should at least study. So the article would basically be to provide funding, which I'm working with Bob on. And for the moment, I'm just asking for a vote for a placeholder on a town common proposal.
I just have a question,
Sure.
question for you first, Mark. We kind of have been talking about with the problems that we have at M.E. Small, that potentially the MacArthur School might end up being the location. And if let's just say hypothetically, it does become the location, they're going to need playing fields, aren't they, for the school? And where would they put them if we had that as the common?
There's no reason why you can't play on a common. There's already a ball field in one corner of it.
Okay, so you're kind of preserving the field
You would
part.
preserve the access and the use of it. Now, the question may be, in studying a new school, they may insist that some land be set aside for the purposes of recreation. So that's something that we would have to look at.
Okay.
But I think it would make sense for us to at least look at this proposal, look at there's a concept plan. I sent made sure that everybody got a chance to see the information. There's a concept plan. It's been circulated. And what we're going to do is, what I'd like to do with this article is have sufficient funds to sort of develop some alternatives and come up with some cost estimates and come up with at least some rendering so you can kind of visualize what it would look like.
Okay.
All right?
And we have a motion from Tracy. Do we have a second on that motion?
Yeah, I seconded it.
You're seconding it?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor? We're going to start with Liz.
Are we going to discuss, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion? Yes, it would be good.
Oh, I love the idea. I love the idea of a commons in Yarmouth. And, okay, biased, I'm a resident of South Yarmouth, so of course, I'm even more likely to think that this is a great idea, as long as it doesn't dictate something about MacArthur School. And remember, those would be little kids, so they're not going to take up that much room. Lots of commonses have a little play area over on the side. I'm very much in favor of this.
And I think what Mark's saying is that if we just go ahead with it for the feasibility, that would be part of what would come up as a discussion, So it's basically
Okay.
making the placeholder, let's put it on the, for the town warrant.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Liz?
My discussion item or my addition would be, it needs more development before I think we can bring it to town meeting, clearly, because I can see us spending hours discussing this possible town common without more concrete proposal.
Madam Chair? Yeah, the purpose of the article is to provide the funding to study the proposal and to develop a budget and cost estimates for the proposal. That's what it's for. So it's provide a basis to make a final decision.
Right. I think, Liz, it's more to start from square one and look at that site and decide whether or not it's feasible to have a common there, and then, taking into consideration all these other parameters like the kids and playing fields and so forth. So it'd be basically giving them the okay to go ahead and look at the possibility and research it. not do it.
Yeah, okay. I just do see an awful lot of people walking up to those mics to weigh in on something that it doesn't have a lot of form to it yet. But I certainly support the research and trying to find the funding for it.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, we're going to a vote. Liz?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Joyce?
Aye.
And I say aye. Okay, thank you. Bud Grosskopf is, I'm sure, he's
He
fine.
wanted
He
a
wanted one in the
gazebo.
park.
Yeah, he also wanted the library to go over there in the Simpkins School.
Yeah, Bud Grosskopf always was kind of looking for the common.
Speaking of libraries. See if we
Yeah,
had,
speaking of libraries, that brings you, thank you very much for being very patient.
An interesting evening.
Yes, it has been an interesting evening. Okay, library feasibility update.
So, Bill,
Again, just for the record, introducing yourselves, please.
Bill Scott, Assistant Town Administrator.
I'm Jane Kane, the Library Director for the Town of Yarmouth.
The board should have 3 documents in front of them: the memorandum that went out with a packet of January 31, a charge for the building committee and a structure, and then also a memorandum to the town administrator describing the site selection criteria. Really, this meeting is about introducing the sort of next steps, and it's not asking for any votes or anything like that. And then probably at your next meeting, we'll bring back more detailed material and then be more specific as to what the request is of the board. So I'm going to ask Jane, who was the author of the grant, the successful grant for $150,000, with her staff to describe that whole grant process. Then I'll get into the sort of next steps in the schedule.
Okay. The Mass Board of Library Commissioners administers a grant program that's been in existence since the late 1980s. The last grant round was about 14 years ago, and then there was a long wait list for that, for the administration of all the money for that grant program. And after many years, another announcement was made in early 2022. So what they had told us at that time was that they reorganized the grant program so that it's an application process for 2 phases of renovation or construction. And it can apply for planning and design, and then would segue into a construction grant, and it can cover renovation or new construction. So in the most recent grant round, there were 40-plus towns that registered interest and submitted a letter of intent at the end of 2023, and the grant program application deadline was designed to be around Memorial Day of 2024. So of those 40-plus towns that had registered intent, about 25 or 26 came through with grant applications, or it could have been a little bit more than that. Anyway, the announcement was made most recently for the grant at the beginning of January, and very excitingly, Yarmouth is on that list. There were about 16 towns that were approved throughout the state of Massachusetts. It was done in 3 tiers so that there are small communities who are eligible for the grant funding, medium-sized communities, and large communities. Ours is in the medium tier, and out of the towns that applied in the medium tier, we were ranked number 4 of those towns. We are not waitlisted. The money is immediately available, and we can move forward with the next part of the process, which is communication and organizing a plan as to what to do next.
So, based on the work that Jane's team did, we were awarded $150,000 and then, $150,000. And we have a match that came from the prior town meeting for the total project. So the important aspect is, as with a lot of government programs, it's a hurry up and wait. In this case, that we received the award, but we have until December to provide them with schematics, not full-blown plans, and a site. So what you see in the memorandum is a breakdown of the schedule to be able to meet that schedule. And we've front-loaded it with site selection. We already have an OPM on board, which is an owner's project manager, which is required by the project. What we did in community services is get an OPM that serves all of the community services departments, golf, also library, and the senior center. So as a result, we've moved a lot of projects forward because we have that capacity on hand. And in this case, the OPM is working on the designer selection for the architect and also will help us with the site selection. Critical to this is the establishment of a building committee. If you remember in the memo that we provided before the grant, we were looking at restructuring the building committee to be more broadly perspective because we're beyond the programming stage. Programming has already occurred with the last consultant. And we're moving into the construction stage or in essentially the design. So the committee looks differently than it did before where it was predominantly programming, library, both library personnel, supporters, and, board members. So there's two things in this memorandum that are crucial. After Jane went over the grant, and kudos to her team for getting the grant. It's tough competition. But the key is we're allowed to move on to the construction phase of the grant without another application, I believe. So that's what your table shows you on page 3 of the memorandum, that schedule to get us to the point of success with the state. So a lot of this is driven by their programmatic requirements. So we have both site selection and schematics are not 25% design. There's a very specific description, and it's not overly complicated. But the site selection most likely is one of the issues that is. So we have two issues, the schedule and then the committee. Now, on the committee, the chair requested that we provide a charge, or in this case, I called it a mission statement. And that's similar to the document we use for the MUC committee in terms of its structure, and it's also similar to prior charges. So obviously, this can change in terms of the committee structure and things like that. But this is just sort of an intro to the Board of Selectmen, so that when we do discuss it, it's not something you get in your packet a few days before without an explanation. And then the last thing is the site selection. Key to site selection is a lot of people have different approaches to how they select a site. Some are more subjective about it in terms of, I really like that site because it has certain historical value. Others are more objective in saying that I like the site because it's less expensive and it's in the center of this area and it's not as much traffic. So there are two ways to look at it. The key is if you have criteria, a person has the ability to think the way they want to think, but the criteria hones in why the town made that decision or why the town is going in that direction. So there is more sort of, descriptive, sort of outcome than we would by saying just a few things. So give you an example, when CIP was here, we moved to criteria because we didn't have, we had some criteria, but not enough to really make a sort of categorize where something fell. And in this, we're hoping that this site criteria informs the public better as to why we made that decision. So moving forward, we have a tight timeline, and that's set by the state, and that chart gives us the understanding of how we get there. We have a possible committee, and again, this is not something where we're telling you this is the way the, state thinks or anything else. This is just a mix that provides a broad enough, mixture of people. We've got library staff in there, but they're non-voting. We got general public. These are the things that we heard in the past that we need to change from a programmatic team to a team that can build something and consider the cost implications. And there's a charge to that effect and then criteria. So at the next meeting, we're hoping as we come back and we can discuss, if not this evening, some of this, but also in more detail, both the committee and the charge and then the schedule. But this is a way to sort of introduce it because the timeline is so tight and we just don't dump it on your desks over the weekend in the next meeting. But this is sort of a way for you to take a look at this and get questions back to us so we can be prepared for the next meeting for you. Questions are fine tonight.
Okay, open up to any questions?
I appreciate that time that we have to consider it. I think I appreciate your presentation, the information you've given, very exciting. I always feel bad for Jane. 'Cause we have a very, and I say this every time we talk about the libraries, it's, people have very strong feelings about their libraries, and we've had a lot of committees before, so I'm hopeful that we can come to some consensus and move forward, because we've waited a long time. It's funny to talk about Bud. That was one of the things that he was very passionate about, and that's going back over a decade. I think about the time we took the fish market, right? That property was purchased. It had to have been over 20 years ago for the purpose of the
I remember
library.
that meeting. Yep. And that was a meeting where there was a tremendous amount of support for a new library.
Correct. Right. Correct. And I think there is. It's just,
Getting there.
it's just getting to where it is, right? So,
And I know your concerns are that we keep the communication open and we keep the public informed. I think that that's what we'll be involved with a lot this year as we go forward, as we have been in the past couple of years. We can give an update to the public at Springtown meeting, and then hopefully by Fall Town meeting, we'll be able to give them some more concrete visual approaches to what something new might look like.
great. I'm looking forward to it.
New space.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for the grant and all your hard work on that, and to you, Bill.
I didn't do it alone. I had a lot of help.
Mark?
I don't have any problem voting to endorse this charge tonight, if that's an option. Does anybody object to that idea?
I actually am all for that. I just wasn't.
All for
I
what?
just wanted, for the idea of voting it tonight. I just wanted, if anyone had any,
I have no objection, and if the chair is comfortable, I'm happy to make a motion and give people a few minutes just to read it and be comfortable with it, if that's the choice of the chair, so.
Well, I guess I have a couple of questions then, if we're gonna.
Okay, yeah, I think now's the night would be a good night to get this over with and move
Sure.
on. So what do you,
so
Sure.
back to,
the questions, I guess.
well, we could put a motion on the table and then add discussion.
Okay, well then I'm gonna move that we approve the charge as presented this evening for the Yarmouth Library Building Committee.
And do we have a second. Now we're opening discussion. Tracy?
It says, so for the users, it says Yarmouth residents. I guess the rest of it, staff isn't voting. I just want to make sure that it's Yarmouth residents, and it doesn't have I guess the charge is typically until the building's complete, right? So there's no, or will you continue will that committee be in perpetuity, or it's got to commence at some point? I don't see a commencement in here.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We can do a building committee that goes all the way through the selection of the architect, the contractor, construction, and things like that.
Occupancy.
And occupancy. So we can put that there. I think what we want to do is the committee, at least in the first step, delivers something to the board for consideration. Then they can move on. And that actually might change to the extent you might have people on it that are more in the construction mode and less. So,
Well, so that's how we had it before when we did the school. We had a feasibility committee that did one piece of it, that looked at the potential places, and then we switched to a building committee that had more of the expertise. But anyway, if you guys are comfortable voting on it.
Liz?
I have some questions because I think Bill might have misspoke. So the grant that was recently awarded was 100,000? And I think you said 150. But that's
150 is what we, the town put up.
Right.
To be
And
competitive.
my concern, my question, and this goes back to the questions, there was a presentation that I made for the Library Planning Committee over a year ago that we brought forward some site possibilities and questioned there being options, and because of their, in some cases, site limits. And specifically, that would be South Yarmouth. So it says in this presentation that there are locations listed in the application. Can we get that in front of us?
Those were actually the two locations that are existing. I think it says it in the memorandum. And that was a matter of convenience to get the application in because there wasn't a settling on a specific location.
Okay. So that, when I'm just singling out the site options stage that we're in.
Excuse me, Liz, I think Jane's trying to make a comment to you.
I just want to remind folks that there are a lot of documents that are already up on the Library Planning Committee page at the library's website. And the application is there too, which is all 41 documents.
Right.
Attached to, a main form, and that has a lot of the information on it. I just wanted to remind people that it's up there.
And to the point of the site, the state allows us to take a second look at it, even though we put those two sites in. And as the board did with Muck, we're looking at a sort of a clean slate approach that will criteria, we'll look at multiple sites and then come back. The key to this is if you want to stay on cost, you really don't want to do schematics on 3 sites. You really want to get it down to 2 at the most, so you can focus your architect on the schematics on only 2 sites rather than doing 3 or 4 sites, because that really spreads your dollars thin on the project. You want to be at the end of the project, closing in on December, with enough of a contingency to handle any surprises in the project. And 250,000, you think it's a lot, but to select sites, to do the schematics, it's going to be difficult in that amount of time.
I have a question, and that is the final approval of the documents, the plans, ultimately is the Board of Selectmen, correct?
Correct, yes.
So I guess the question I have is, have we delegated, this is an advisory group that reports to us on a regular basis, and ultimately we make the final decision?
And if you want
to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, and that's one. I mean, if you want stronger language in that regard, I mean, we can change this. I mean, what you possibly could do is, if you like the committee structure, that gives us, and you vote on that gives us the ability to start soliciting members, and then we can come back to the charge at your next meeting, and I can make some of the considerations that you're talking about this evening.
It's clear to me that the group reports to us on a quarterly basis or more.
Similar to Muck, basically.
So I'm very fine with that. We have for member affiliation at least 2 people that will have some construction knowledge, so that's an important factor in on this. So my only concern is does this structure meet with the requirements of the state library board? Is this consistent with their recommendations?
It is.
So it is.
And they also have to approve the design. They call it the Mass
I
Public
understand.
Library Construction Program
I understand.
level of design.
No, but a legitimate concern could be that, we appoint this committee and then they check in with us periodically and then they're off, signing off on their own design. I recognize, just like the state building commission with respect to elementary schools, they're heavily involved in that review process as well.
So is this on the table as a motion already?
I still have questions. I didn't quite
It's on the
finish.
table as a motion, and what we
Sorry.
have is discussion. Liz hasn't finished yet. Liz?
Right. So my concern is the language that was given to us in the memo, and that the grant makers want to know that we have a site not subject to substantial impediments such as water, wetlands, odd shapes, size limitations. And so I foresee a lot of spinning of the wheels unless we can come to some kind of agreement on what, and this could be the building committee, but there needs to be, a first step needs to be, what are the criteria? Now that we've done the programming piece and we know what the townspeople want in their library, what are the criteria for the appropriate site?
Yeah,
Because
actually-
I don't want to see us waste a lot of time looking at sites that are not going to be able to hold a new modern library.
Right, and in that regard, if I may, Madam Chair, we did hand out, and we apologize for not emailing it to you, a site selection criteria memorandum. So it's thorough in its approach, and it includes everything that the state wants. And what it does is it blends some of the environmental requirements with community character so that we're incorporating everything that the public might want. And it was based on sort of that discussion earlier in the meeting where, you know, some people approach this subjectively and others objectively. The criteria allows us to sort of evaluate both.
Liz, unfortunately, you don't have a couple of handouts that we got tonight. And as Bill is saying, this is a 2-page report on just the site selection that's added in, with also what we've been given is an actual writing out of the charge to the building committee.
And in that site selection, there's a CMR, specifically Code of Mass Regulations by the library building process, that documents all the sort of, generally the criteria, and then the reverse side of the memorandum indicates specifically what the criteria is. And a lot of this comes from, you know, Jane's team getting back to us on some of the issues she's heard about what people are concerned about, and making sure that those concerns are in the criteria. So people have talked about, is it going to be in a bus route? Is it going to be accessible by cycling? Is it, you know, all these other things, soils, geotech, environmental impact, they're all in the criteria that we'll use when we move forward. And the OPM will probably be leading that with the, you know, staff team to move it forward so that we're getting ahead of it and reducing the number of sites so we don't have to do so many schematics.
I think that's a wise approach, and I'd look forward to seeing that information. It's, I guess, is handed out at the meeting, so maybe you can post that.
I can send it to you too,
Tomorrow or
Liz.
something.
And we'll put it up on the website.
Right, well, actually, what we'll do is we'll post it, append it to the agenda of this evening, and make sure it's in the next agenda also when we pick up the discussion.
Yeah, because I think a lot of
We're not
people,
in another, we're not picking up the discussion.
We're leaving it here.
We're leaving it here.
We will email it to Select Board Member Argo, and then we'll put it on the website for the
Can I
project.
make a motion to amend? I'd like this to read that this advisory committee is responsible for. I'd like it also to read under membership that, other than library non-voting staff, these need to be Yarmouth residents. It's not clear that the construction knowledge people have to be Yarmouth residents.
Okay.
And I would also like it to have a commencement of occupancy.
Say that again?
I would like it to commence once occupancy is obtained.
Commence?
Or
Finish.
Oh,
And-
we're done, we're terminated, we're done.
This
Right,
isn't
at
a-
the ribbon cutting, right? That's
done.
our last day, that will be the last day of the
Depends
committee.
how long the punch list is at that point.
That's right, there's a punch list, don't forget.
But I would also suggest to you in your amendment that you might, under library users, put in that specifically one resident from South Yarmouth and one resident from West Yarmouth. I think because we've had, personally, I think that's really the sections of the town that need to be represented on the,
So it's where it says Yarmouth residents who frequent the facility, will say one South Yarmouth resident?
Right,
And one
and one
West
West
Yarmouth
Yarmouth
resident
resident.
that frequent the facility?
right.
Okay.
Good idea.
Then I'll accept that modification in my motion.
And would you accept that?
I
for
accept
yours?
that for the second.
And Joyce, you have not had an opportunity to speak. Is there anything that you would like to say?
I would like to say I would love the town to have a library that would function best for everyone. And I hope we can build near consensus about the site. My own personal feeling is we'll never get to 100% consensus on that. So I think as a board, we have to be realistic.
Okay. I think that ends the discussion, so we'll go to a vote. I'm going to start with you, Liz. How do you
Aye.
vote? Mark?
I vote aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Joyce?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Thank you.
You're on the way.
On our way.
Thank you very much.
As a very much frequenter of the library system, I will look forward to seeing what you come back with. Thank you very much, and
We'll send out the amended versions to you as soon
That'd be
as we do
great.
that. Thank you.
perfect.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, moving on to the next item we have for discussion, the process for appointment submission. Just for any of the general public that are listening in, we did have a conversation that began at one of our previous meetings about how we go about appointing members to the various committees, and it raised some questions about a policy being out there, and certainly it wasn't on the agenda for that night, so it's on the agenda for tonight, and we will start discussion. And I'm going to start with Joyce.
Okay, thank you. I asked to have this on the agenda because I was very concerned that I wasn't able to, because of open meeting law, jump into anything other than history, like what people had done last time, as opposed to policy, what might be the best way to go. I'm concerned that we're not giving appointments chairs, and I consider myself the appointment chair until March 15th, the leeway that they need. I've looked at past agendas, and I've seen no arithmetic in terms of the scores from 5 different past appointments chairs. Tolly, Quirk, McGarren, Horgan, and Smith. I particularly remember Peter Smith interviewing our conservation architect Camilla Flannery when she first moved to Yarmouth. It was an in-depth and sensitive interview. There were no score sheets. I didn't have one. He didn't have one. And that's been the case with everyone interviewed since I was chair of Energy Committee. And yet I think for Energy Committee, we got excellent people. So I've thought about this a lot. I know I was told last time to read the Selectmen's Handbook and the Committee Handbook. I confess that I had read them and I had ducked them. I had ducked them because they were not entirely consistent, not just with our practice, but they weren't even internally consistent. I'm thinking of the age of the things in the Selectmen's Handbook, but I'm also thinking with the committee, the handbook for committees, boards, committees, and commissions, it doesn't even allow for electronic participation, so it's out of date. It also actually refers people for committee members, chairs, making room reservations to Linda Dennehy's town email, except that Linda Dennehy retired in June 2009. So you see the problem. I think we could all see it. So this is what I suggest as a solution, and I'll pass this along so everybody will have a copy. And I'll read this in the meantime. Whereas several editions of Select Board guidelines for appointing members to town boards and committees, and the Town of Yarmouth Boards, Committees, and Commissions Handbook do not reflect the practice of committee appointments since at least 2016, and do not reflect the realities of current technology, including remote participation. I move that the board suspend the provisions of the Select Board's appointment policy adopted in 1981 and last amended in 2007. I further move that the 2024-2025 board, that's us, act to update and the publications and to create new selection guidelines that reflect current best practices and encourage resident volunteer involvement at all levels, including short-term projects. For example, the town's annual cleanup day. I'm finding a lot of people who are sprinters, who maybe wouldn't be good for the whole 3-year committee thing, but who would like to volunteer. Town cleanup day is April 12th, for anybody who's listening. So short-term projects, for example, the town's annual cleanup day, as well as boards and committees. I further move that the resulting electronic guidelines be scheduled for review by the board every 3 years, once they are approved initially by the board.
Do I have a second on Joyce's motion? Liz, unfortunately, you don't have one of the handouts that we were given, so we were reading along with Joyce. Did you?
Sorry, Liz, you also don't have the protein bars, which are on offer.
I think that this, to summarize, Joyce wants to bring the guidelines up to date.
I don't have a
The
problem.
handbook.
I don't have a problem with that. I
I
definitely,
don't either.
I think that we should look at it. I'm not in favor of suspending any policies that we have in place and leaving none in place. I'm not in favor of that at all, but I certainly think that we should look at the policies that we have, and if she wants to make recommendations about specifics. I looked through it again as well, and there are some older names and things in there that need to be updated, there's no doubt about it, but I wouldn't be in favor of suspending it in the meantime and having no policy in place.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure I mean, this book was produced during the administration of Town Administrator Knappich, and Chris Dwelly was the assistant, and we use that as the guidance. So if one is proposing that we suspend the provisions of a Select Board's appointment policy adopted in 1981, I'm not sure that policy is in effect. This was the document that we adopted and we intended to guide the process. So I think going forward, I would agree with Tracy. There's a need to update this and keep this current and to make it conform to the way things have changed. I know that when I want to address, when I was appointments chair, we did score. And we did invite committee members to participate. I mean, I followed this as an appointments chair. I think one of the things that this whole discussion to me presents is a better job at onboarding new select board members so that they know the various things that they should be following, or the thing that, I mean, you didn't even know this existed.
I did. I was given it a copy.
Oh, I see.
Ages ago.
But you didn't, you just.
No one was following it. I have never,
I'm
as
just
a
saying,
chair.
when I was appointments chair, I was following it.
Okay.
So what I'm suggesting is similar to what the point that Tracy has made, is that if we need to make adjustments, which we do. I certainly agree with that. I agree with you. We need to bring things up to date. I would recommend that we do that, but I'm not in favor of abandoning a policy that we abandoned a long time ago in my book.
Well,
how do we kill it?
Well, my concern, though, in this is that whole numbered what do we call it?
Grading.
Policy. I have a severe issue with that. I can tell you that in our company, we suspended that back in 2001 on the advice of legal counsel, because you're basically taking subjective feelings and putting them down to numbers.
Right, but you're doing it collectively and not one person making their subjective feelings, which is, it's to me a more of a protection for the appointments chair than anything else, because then the public, nobody can say that it was just, you know, you have nothing to back up. Like, I did it for years. I did it for years with that, and Pam should have all the copies. It was always very fair. And it never came, you wouldn't see the numbers here because we would just make the recommendation still as appointments chair. We didn't go recommend and show numbers to the board. The appointments chair would take that, average it out, and give Pam the thing, and she would put it on to make the appointment. So to me, I never got questioned. I never had a problem with my appointments because it was a collective thing. It wasn't just my arbitrary opinion, because that's what you're gonna get. And
Well-
that's what's been happening. It's one person's recommendation instead of the way that I think that the majority of people expected it to be, is a collective decision.
When I was appointments chair, for instance, nobody even mentioned to me about this numbered sheet to begin with, number one. And number two, I would have said, no, I'm not using it. And when you say that people are making arbitrary decisions, what I actually did in my process was that I was gleaning from those individuals, as we're sitting there, what their preferences were. And number one, I invited the chairs of each and every one of the committees to come and sit with any appointment. And I had some chairs that flat out said, I'm too busy, I can't do it. And in fact, that was the majority of them, not the minority. I mean, because that's kind of the way people are going these days. And when I opened it to the chair, I was saying, either you or any representative that you would like to have from your committee to join for this interview process. And then when we went through the interview process, looking at that form the numbered form that you use, that's actually the questions that I was asking people. You know, like, what's your background? You know, can you put in the time that we need to have you do this? You know, do you feel that there are any conflicts for you in going forward with this? And then basically turn to, if I had just me, then I was just going on my own observations. But if I did have other people present, and I'm sure Joyce and anyone else was doing the same thing, we got a discussion going and said, okay, you know, how do you feel? And coming out of that would be ultimately whatever one was at the top of the list for folks. I mean, like, you know, if I had 5 people, and of those 5 people, 3 of them were saying, I think this one should do it, and 2 of them were saying, I think this one should do it, I would be more inclined to go toward the majority, which were the 3. But numbering things, you know, even though you say, oh, that's not coming out before the board, if you talk to Pam Barnes, there was trouble here in town for doing those numbered sheets at one point.
Well, there was actually trouble before. That's the reason why this was done. This was a reform.
No, well,
This was a way to make it more merit-based, rather than, the perception was that appointments were coming to the board that were more political in nature, all right? So it was an attempt to sort of sustain, I don't want to call it the old boys club, but the idea was to get it more objective and more merit-based. That was the purpose of this. Like any reforms themselves may have their own problems, but this is, I mean, I'm not a defense, this is the process that we've been using. It's not perfect. I agree, it needs to be
This is the
fixed.
process that you were using, but as Joyce is saying to you, and as I'm saying, later chairs were not doing that.
They were not following.
Yeah,
Right.
you and
No,
Tracy
I
did.
appreciate you folks admitting that you weren't following
No.
the
and-
policy of the town.
And I would not have been appointments chair if you were telling me I had to do that. If I had to do a numbered sheet on each and every one in person, I would have said, no, I'm not. Not,
Policy of the board. I mean, this isn't that old. This isn't that old. The one that was in our packet was
no,
old.
this one says as already, it's very, to solicit applicants for appointments and administer the procedure for doing so as adopted by the Board of Selectmen. Well, if you go back to the procedure, as Joyce is saying, that's 1991.
No.
And in the 1991, that's talking about then your numerical, like.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have that same interpretation.
Yeah,
No,
I look at this and.
This was presented as,
It's part of the.
as an updated process.
But you just say
instead of
procedure.
procedures.
It just says
Part of it.
procedure.
It's part of the packet, though. I mean, the form is part of the packet.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. It's unfortunate it hasn't been used. It is the policy if you want to change the policy, but to have no policy, from what I'm hearing is that you just want whoever's doing it, just the right to pick whoever they want. I don't know if that's a great idea.
I think we can agree, all of us, that wouldn't be a great idea, but that's not what I want.
Well, that's
I'm
what you're
asking that we suspend what we've been doing, because last meeting was told by the east end of the board that I ought to be doing that, and that I should go read handbooks, which I already knew had problems, but I knew that they were not matching what had been done any time I was chair of Energy Committee and had not been done in recent years. Here's the thing. I think if the number system came in to avoid old boys networks and political appointments, is that a problem we're still trying to solve? I don't think it is.
A lot of times, to be brutally honest, a lot of times we're lucky if you even get one person that's volunteered. Bill?
If I may, the state procurement officials had this problem a while ago when you used to rank in 30B by numbers. Now they rank it highly acceptable, acceptable, not acceptable. I mean, there's a broader range than that. And so therefore, it doesn't get down to, it's easier to sort of use numbers when you're rating procurement. You know, you say, oh, I'll give it a 4, I'll give it a 3, and people start, but I know it's semantics, but it's a way to get away from numbers.
very advantageous. I mean, I don't care.
Yeah, that's it,
I
that's
don't
it.
care. I mean, we use a number
Highly
system
advantageous.
when we grade Bob.
Yeah, we use numbers, yeah, and then we use
when we
very
do it-
similar factors there.
Whatever. I mean, it's,
So I guess, are we going to change those?
Yeah, I think you got to take a step back. I understand your point, but when you're making an employment decision, the only thing I would say, your tally sheets are public documents. And, you know, you could, I think this is something you might want to have town council look at. You could be held liable for evaluating people and assigning numbers that, you know, you're not really backing up. And, you know.
Don't get me wrong, Bob. I'm all in favor of
It could be
updating
called
and
a
making it legal
discriminatory
and current.
process.
Right.
I mean, so you want to be careful. There's two sides to it. On the one hand, you know, you don't want it to be done arbitrarily.
Right.
Right? You want it to be done based on merit. But by the same token, you know, when you have two local residents and you're ranking, well, this one's a 4 and this one's a 3, you know, you have to be accountable for those decisions. And, you know, someone can take you to task. Now, we interviewed Pam on this to try to figure out when did the number sheets stop getting used. And, you know, she seemed to indicate that there was a lot of controversy surrounding those, that people had filed a lot of complaints, that they felt that, you know, that they were being assigned numbers and comments on the sheets that were inappropriate. So I think there's a whole thing to look at. I don't think you're going to solve tonight what your policy is going to be, but clearly it needs to be updated so that everyone's comfortable with it. And we need to have a process for evaluating and making recommendations that don't, you know, stack people up kind of like cordwood. And you know, people could charge you with you know, just abuse of the system, whether it's elder discrimination or any other kind of discrimination
Well, they
based
could
on.
do that based on a non-appointment, too. I mean, if you have nothing and you pick somebody over somebody else, then you could still have that same argument. I agree, we're not gonna solve this tonight. I think we need to update it. There needs to be a process. There needs to be a policy. I don't think it should be arbitrary.
No, I think, Madam Chair, I think it would be helpful. Obviously, we're in a situation right now where the current policy is clearly out of date, and there are factors in terms of evaluating candidates that don't make sense right now. I think we agree to that, and we also agree that we need to make improvements. One of the things that I've always done in working on this is it may be helpful to assign one person from this board to work with the administrator in looking at updating and making changes to the policy. And it may very well be that, in another town, this work has already been done with the advice of their own labor council, and we may very well find that there's a model in another community that fits very nicely with where we want to go as a board. So
That was why I had my hand up. It seems like we should reach out.
yeah, so I think this is sort of a mini study committee. I remember when, at one time I was brought in to assist in putting together a policy for the board, and then we just looked at other model policies, and then we tailored something to our board. There's no reason why we can't do that with us.
But in the interim, you're saying, if you.
No, what I'm saying in the interim is that, let me say what I'm saying about the interim. The interim is there's some aspects of this that we perhaps want to put on hold. There's some elements of this that we're saying should be suspended, correct?
I mean, the section on a member's responsibility to other members in the committee is beautiful and sensitive. I would not change a thing about that. I'm a little concerned when we have town documents that are suggesting as many people can come into an interview as want to, and don't even think of mentioning the open meeting law. That's the kind of concern I have, if I have any legal concerns at all. But I also want us to think about our community. We don't have two well-qualified people, fighting each other for the same committee spot. Dream on. But what we are in a competition for is really good people with high-quality local nonprofits or branches of national nonprofits. I mean, we've got IFA, we've got Audubon, we've got all these different places, Habitat, and they overlap a little bit with some of our committee's, larger missions. And I think we need to make it a very welcoming process, because that's where our real competition is.
You have to remember, before this, I don't think we had anything, all right? I mean, we had maybe that old memo that you dug up that few people were even aware of. So this isn't the first time we've run into this problem. All I'm suggesting is you may want to identify specifically, like Appendix 2 is the numerical evaluation sheet, right?
Oh, yes, I've seen that appendix.
That's the number one, but I mean, we have provisions in here that deal with conflict of interest, ethics, following those guidelines, and so forth.
Those all get covered. I mean, I certainly covered those with interviews.
No, I understand, but the point I'm getting at here is we don't want to.
Oh, they don't need to be changed.
So all I'm
Gotcha.
suggesting is that what we do is we suspend a provision or two of the current document, all right, until we can update the whole document, right? Is that clear?
If we could suspend the numeric.
Right, so the
rating.
provisions that I'm looking at are Appendix 2 evaluation sheet and Appendix 3.
Why do we need to do anything? They've been suspended for years.
No, but I think what we want, I
Thrown in the face of a new appointments chair.
Well, I think what we want to be able to do is to give board the clear guidance to the current chair of the appointments committee, and this may take a few months, and so we may have
We should ask town council. I think we should ask staff to give us a couple of models and go from there. see how other towns are doing it.
I mean,
But
I've
think
read the
also-
MMA guidelines on this, which are quite short and say there's a lot of flexibility from town to town.
And I never felt, we did have multiple people back when I was doing it.
Yeah, they
And
don't-
there was often times where we had to do the ranking, and that was a good problem to be in, but we never made anybody feel uncomfortable. We never sat there in front of them. It was, I would do an interview with the entire planning board. I did mine with entire boards, and after the interviews were over, we'd collect them and I'd give them to Pam. Nobody ever had a copy. They weren't, the numbers were never put forward on here. It was just the top number would be brought forward. So, I mean, it was a process that worked for me because there was not any, it wasn't just I felt more comfortable because it wasn't just me saying this person I felt was the best. It was a collective decision. And whether you use a number decision or most advantageous or least advantageous, I don't know how you wouldn't feel bad about that, so I don't know. I just think there should be a process.
Well, I certainly agree with Mark that the parts that are state law are fine, but they're state law with or without our handbook. I'm concerned that as we evaluate people, we have very different areas of this community. It's not that I feel bad choosing one person over another or rating a person. And as I've said, it's really a head-to-head for the same slot. I think it's important to kind of get a sense of what people's strengths are, what they would really like to work on, and what kind of commitment they're willing to make to be developed as a volunteer, because we are in competition with many nonprofits. The other thing is, and this is an awkward thing to bring up, but I hate to see that numerical thing where somebody with a lot of grad degrees can get a 4 for education, because some of our finest volunteers do not have MPAs, MDs, PhDs, law degrees. And I admit that there are places where we really need those qualifications. I mean, we really need law degrees for ZBA. We really need a planning degree, perhaps, for the planning board. And I can see that those kind of things, medical training for Board of Health. But I think one of the things that it's too easy to do is start making numbers, like starting with some arbitrary score on education, and then it goes from there. I mean, I really want to include people who have a lot to give and are interested in serving their town, who don't have 10 gold stars from their first grade and final teachers.
My concern is that I just don't, I don't want the appointments chair now to basically have to suspend appointments until either they follow the procedure that's currently in play or they change it.
I think they just keep on doing what they're doing for now.
Well, as long as we're, because basically,
we haven't been, if it's not been done, it's not been done, but we should work on getting something that we can work with.
yeah. And I would be happy to appoint Joyce to be our committee, to work with Bob, if you'd be willing to do that.
I think I'd have to be willing that, thinking of two things on that. One is, I think because the Municipal Empowerment Act is kicking around the legislature, that's what would extend our right to remote meeting participation. That runs out on March 31st. So let's see what happens with that, because that would have a big effect on how we write these. But the second thing is, I'm just not sure that all members of our board have the confidence in me to think I would do a good job at that.
I think you would do a good job at that. I think that we need options. I appreciate the time you put in. I just get concerned when we start suspending complete policies. I think you've put thought into trying to rectify already what we have, because it's clearly an issue. I think we need to talk to town council, because those issues that were brought up about the numbers system was not in play when back 10 years ago. So I think you would
Hey, we'll do a great job, Joyce, come on.
Create something for
You'll do an excellent job, and it's, when you can bring it back to the board, and in the meantime, we're saying to yourself and to Liz, who's the future appointment chair, that,
Liz, what have I gotten you into?
that you can go ahead.
I guess
with-
Mark got you into it, not me.
You can go ahead with the process following your practical acts as of now, and not having to follow the procedure directly.
So I would be able to present
you're
the
doing.
appointments and do what I'm doing.
Do what you're doing,
until we can get
until we
something in
get
place.
something more concrete. And that if-
That's
if-
appreciated.
And that's going to go on while, not only for the remainder of your time in as chair, but also the beginning of Liz's, because as you point out, there isn't going to be anything coming out from the state on Zoom until after the 31st of March anyway. And in the
No,
interim,
it was in the governor's, I think she signed the bill, didn't she?
No.
Not yet?
As of this morning,
She filed
no.
it.
She filed it.
that it hasn't been, no.
Okay.
So, and then in the end, do what you're doing, and we are appointing you as our subcommittee to work
Let's
with.
get a good one.
Okay, and we're going to suspend the motion. You can rescind your motion, and we'll go from there. Okay? You okay with this?
I will explore that. I will
Well,
rescind
thank
my
you.
motion.
Okay. And in the interim, what we're going to go moving on to is board and committee actions. And I'm turning this over to the appointment chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first is a resignation, and this is by someone present with us and familiar to you. Liz Argo has submitted a letter of resignation to the Old Kings Highway Historic District Committee. And so I guess that makes her
motion to accept
full-time with
with
us.
We have a motion, and do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Liz? Okay.
Liz, did you vote?
That one. Okay, moving,
I did not, I recused.
right, okay.
Okay.
Which what I figured is what you're going to do.
Okay, we have a renewal that's for Jessica Simmons, a member position for a 3-year term to run through January 2028. I move that we accept her, that's as a member of the Disability Commission.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Liz?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Okay, then from Old Kings Highway, we have 3 positions. I move that we accept Sarah Porter as the architect member position, 1 year and an unexpired term to run through December 2025.
Can I just ask a question about this, because I'm a little bit confused?
Got it right here if you want.
No, I have it.
Oh,
I
okay.
have it. I'm just trying to figure out, so John Grady was originally in this position? Is that
No.
Stewart.
No.
No, he's
John
coming as
Stewart.
an alternate.
John Stewart?
John
And
Stewart.
John
was-
Stewart, they really want John Stewart, so he's coming back as an alternate rather than as an architect builder.
Okay, so we're taking him out of a full-time position and putting him into a part-time or an alternate position, a non-voting member? I get, and that's what he wants?
Yep,
He's not an architect or a builder. I mean, the
He's a builder.
no, he's not.
boats are not the same.
Oh, my God.
Well,
Look, the Old Kings Highway Committee approved this.
I know, but that's what I'm asking, is that what he wants this?
Yes.
Okay, all right. as long
He's
as this
willing,
is-
he's willing to
willing to
accept
go
that
along
and
with
to
this.
continue
and
serving.
this-
Yep.
And that is the question. It did,
He's cool with all this.
Okay.
we had Bob coming before us as far as making sure that it was reviewed by the committee, and
I
so
saw
this
that.
is coming through as a review.
Yeah, no, I saw that the committee wanted it. I guess I was just a little bit confused as to why, when we have somebody who's a full voting member, why they're being reduced.
Well,
So
Bob
I just-
Wilkins was quite strong that they had to approve the alternates, even though he and I had a conversation about the alternates. So I did check with Pam, who checked with Brittany. And yes, the alternates, John Grady and John Stewart, are what Old Kings Highway approved in their meeting the last Monday they met.
So but they hadn't approved it at our last meeting? Right. Okay,
Okay, yep.
thank you.
Okay, so I move those nominations for Old Kings Highway Committee.
Second?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that's unanimous.
Okay. Now we have a particularly wonderful applicant. I nominate Deirdre Gaquin to be a regular member of the Planning Board. This appointment is to fill a 3-year unexpired term and will run through July 2025. And you have a description of her.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, you got it.
Okay.
Just a
Then,
point,
the
just
committee,
a
we
point of
never-
order, Madam Chair. Because we're doing hybrid, I think everything has to, every
Be a
vote has
voice
to be
vote?
roll call vote.
Okay.
Just to
So
be,
let's go over this one again to be sure that we're covered.
Okay.
Ms. Gasquick, all those in favor, starting with Liz?
Aye.
Mark?
aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Joyce?
Aye.
And I say aye.
Okay. We never expected we were going to have to appoint anyone to this because it was full and it was temporary. The Matikes Utilization Committee, because there was a resignation,
We accept it?
We haven't, I don't know that we've had the resignation.
it has not come in yet. It went to the chair of the committee and possibly to the director of personnel, but it has not filtered down to either myself or Pam. But it is in writing somewhere in the town hall universe. And the chair and,
Bill?
The chair did speak to the individual who was on the committee, and they resigned, so apparently the paperwork hasn't gotten to you in that regard, so we need to get that to you to formalize a resignation, apparently.
Okay, so can we actually go ahead and appoint a replacement until we have the resignation? I wouldn't think we
Can
could.
you word it as such that
can do it.
pending the resignation?
I think we
but-
have to have the
Yeah, you have
We
resignation.
don't
to,
have a position to put him in.
Yeah.
so,
I just hold on
I
to
can
that
see
one.
that his chair is theoretically full, given that nothing came to me or Pam, even though it went to, yeah, okay.
Okay, so
Put that
we'll
one
hold that-
aside for the
so
next meeting.
If I may, before your next meeting, we'll have the resignation, you just position it before the appointment in the agenda.
Okay,
Okay, that
thanks.
sounds good. Okay, also, we have an appointment for the Disability Commission. I recommend Phyllis Venberg as a member of the Disability Commission, the appointment to be for a 3-year term to run through January 2028.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, voice vote. Liz?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
And I say yes. Approved unanimous.
Okay. And this is the first interaction I've ever had with the Waterways Shellfish Advisory Committee, either in real life or in my brief time as appointments chair. I move that we recommend Jack Moynihan for a 1-year alternate position to run through 12/2025 to the Waterways Shellfish Advisory Committee.
So moved.
Second?
Voice vote. Liz?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
And I say yes. It's approved, unanimous.
Okay. Then this is our final one. This is applicant Barbara Murphy. I'm moving that she be appointed to the Zoning Board of Appeals. It's a regular member position for 5 years, unexpired term to run through January 2029. So she would be serving the final part of that 5-year appointment.
I've never seen a 5-year appointment before.
I never have either.
Huh, Board of Appeals?
But the list of,
Interesting. I don't think so.
but the list of chair tenures is in the back of one of those books, one of those guides.
Oh, the time in here?
Yeah,
Gotcha. Let's look.
the so-called, the defunct handbook.
In the book. Board of Appeals. Oh, yeah, 5 years.
There you go.
So,
Alternate to 1 year.
yep.
Okay.
She's filling out an unexpired term. It's just that we're staggered by how many years are in the unexpired term.
We have
I
a,
second that motion.
okay, so we'll have a voice vote. Liz?
Yes?
Mark?
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
And I say yes, unanimous. That's it?
I needed a second Diet Pepsi for that one, guys.
Good for you. Okay, moving on, we have upcoming agenda review.
There's an updated sheet from the one in the packet. The busy week next week.
So the updated sheet is the one that was separate at our seats?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'd have an executive session starting at 5:15, followed by a regular meeting.
On the meeting for the 11th, the item anaerobic digester. Now, my understanding is that the critical decision that needed to be made had more to do with how we were allocating some green communities funding. Wasn't that the key decision in front of us?
The second grant, the competitive one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm happy talking about an anaerobic digester, but I guess
But
they're
the
probably.
discussion's really the grant funding, right?
The link. There may be I got the impression there's some developments on the anaerobic digester that probably need to be checked with Ed Centeo.
And since the grant expires this year, I was in touch with Jennifer Mullen to say if she wants to go for the heat pumps project at the senior center and try to get that accepted by green communities if the anaerobic digester is a no-go. I've asked the people at the Cape Light Compact who have the records for that building to get me all the records on that building, especially the HVAC.
Yeah, so
We should change the name of it from anaerobic digester to
maybe not.
reallocation of funds for the energy grant.
That's what I think we should do, but Billy, is that wrong?
Yeah, why don't
If I may, at the senior center, we did, Robbie Whitehouse and her facilities team did a complete analysis of the issues in the building. So we know there are HVAC problems, but we don't know what the solution is, have a bid documents or anything that'll get us to closure. So we want to, on the 11th, I'll probably be able to come in and give you a bathroom update by virtue of we have an OPM. We have an analysis of the building to know what else we have to do in the bathrooms if we want to do the bathrooms. But I don't know how close they are to HVAC to be able to spend that money. I mean, if you have a timeline, then you have, the designer, the bid documents and everything else to go through to get the project done. So I know I talked to the finance director about it and how to allocate it. I think she's still working on that.
So can we just the reallocation of the funds?
Reallocation is the best way to phrase it,
We
yeah.
can hear from you what your recommendations are.
Well, I mean, the finance director has a better idea, but we went over a few things, so there will be a recommendation either from her or myself to try to, repurpose the money. It's about contacting the state and seeing if you, A, have the time, and B, that the project is acceptable to them.
Okay, so we'll put that down as our agenda item instead of anaerobic digester. And also, one item that I would like to add, which will be a very quick one, I think, and not a lengthy one, is you all, I believe, have a copy of Sue Moeller representing Thatcher Hall and asking for a letter of support to go for putting a crosswalk, adding on the crosswalk in front of Thatcher Hall to the existing plan for 6A Village. If I don't see any objection, we'll put that on the agenda for next year. Wait.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I need to bring up the energy manager grant.
Go ahead.
All right, so I won't be with you next week. I will be away. And I have a note from the grant makers that they are willing to start reviewing our application. And as long as we get the board approval by the end of the month. So we can either put it on the agenda for February 11th, or we can wait till February 25th.
My concern is that we have a much lengthier agenda on February 25th, and one of the things that we have is the superintendent's coming to talk to us about the school budget. So I think that could potentially be, even though we're getting good news, folks, on that item, there won't be an override for Yarmouth this year on the school. But I just look at the agendas that we have for both the 11th and the 25th.
Well, I'm okay if you take it up without me. I can't even zoom in because the plane leaves at 5:45. But you can, you all got the materials, it'll be in your board packet. And Bill Scott worked with me, he's pretty familiar with the grant. And Mark has been trying to get up to speed on it too.
Yeah.
But it does need to be addressed. It would be a shame, just because we don't get it on an agenda, to lose the $360,000.
This is a one-time thing from utilities.
What got my attention is the town of Barnstable has an energy manager, and they secured a $42 million grant from a federal agency to do a microgrid in their town. So if we can find a position that can secure big money to help us do energy conservation or anything to protect us, help us on energy, it's got my attention. I'm very interested. So, Bill, are you going to be prepared to brief us on all the great things that this kind of position can provide?
Yeah, I actually had somebody like this work for me in another community, so
you're familiar with
most of our focus was on leveraging grant money through green communities, through the utilities for credits and things like that. So the difficulty is that sometimes these grants, they require so much state reporting that, 25% FTE goes out the window to do that. So we just got to sort of make that more efficient and less so they can move forward with some of the grant opportunities.
Okay, well, we'll add that to the agenda then for the 11th.
That's enough.
That's enough, yeah. I'm drawing the line there.
It's now 11:15, and
Yeah, well, it's been like that because we've got a lot to talk about.
but nothing from our goal setting, which was back in June.
That's on the agenda for the 11th. That is right
That's the review
there.
of the goals, but there were a bunch of items that needed to be talked about.
Well,
that were
that's
on
part of your review of the goals. And that's why I really don't want to see anything else put on for the 11th, because I think we need to have time to fully discuss it. Okay, moving on. We have town administrator, we have the consent agenda.
No, the next item on the
Individual
agenda
items, I'm
is
sorry,
individual items.
Liz, did you have any other individual items besides what you brought up?
No, ma'am.
Mark?
I'll pass.
Tracy?
I'm going to pass, other than, you can bring them, I went to the school committee meeting about the budget, but you can bring them up to speed on that.
Well, I feel the superintendent's going to bring them up to speed on the 25th. He's going to have a detailed presentation for us. But the good news is, we're not going to have an override. That's the big.
Well, we're still $80,000 short.
Oh,
So I don't know if I would.
Our finance, well, she can come and discuss it with us, but our
Well,
finance
yeah, it's
director.
our
feels-
decision.
I know,
It's
I
made
know,
here.
Tracy, I know, I
Okay.
know. Okay. Individual items, Joyce.
No, I am done for tonight.
I'm done as well. Okay, moving on to the town administrator items. Consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, second.
We have a second. Okay, going to voice vote. Liz?
Yeah.
Mark?
Aye.
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
And me. Okay, moving on. Town administrator updates.
Just very quickly, I think the board gets a lot of kudos. I was on vacation last week, and I get back, and I found that on that school budget, it's uncanny to me to see we had our original pre-budget process meeting with the schools, and when the select board members went up, they came back with a budget recommendation that was within $29,000 of the guidance that the select board gave at the first pre-budget meeting. And I think that really signifies a level of communication that has really improved
They
there.
said it was 80,000.
Numbers I have here, and I calculated them, and it's up 29,000 from what we had recommended.
Right.
So it's an additional 29,000 to meet what their request would be, which I think is very achievable.
We had set aside some monies already in Jennifer's prediction. That's why it's only 29,000 instead of 80,000, correct?
No, I just took the numbers in the sheet, and so we'll talk about this more next week, but I think it's within striking distance. So that's excellent news. The second thing on the budget is, we had a lot of discussion on, there were numbers in there that were estimated for the health insurance costs for the next year. And tomorrow, I have 9 a.m. Cape Cod Health Group meeting, and we met last week. In fact, I had to Zoom in while I was on vacation on my little patio, and we had, quite a long discussion. And the rates, the recommendation that our steering committee is presenting is within the budget guidelines that we established too. So that's another good piece of news on that, following up on the budget.
What's the number, Bob?
6.5%.
Wow.
And that compares, Maya, at the annual meeting, had, proposed their health insurance is going up, I think, more in the 14.5% range.
Over 15. I was with Jennifer at the Maya meeting, and you could hear gasps all around the room at the.
It's a big number for them.
Yeah, they saved that presentation till the very end.
And a lot of the reason for that is the rapidly growing prescription drug costs, which we have some programs that are very aggressive for the management of those costs on Cape Cod here, and that is the reason that ours isn't going up as high as theirs. And I wanted to mention also, just, I'm going to have to get this information to you, but I wanted to, as far as an article, going through the ones, things that were new, not seen before, just late this afternoon, I received a proposed article from the SEIU DNR that is seeking to request their retirement group be changed from a Group 1 to a Group 4 due to the new post requirements that they have to go through the. And so that's a new item, and it's accompanied by some financial analysis. So board members will see that, and it's not going to go on the draft now, but it'll be in front of you to look at. I know they're asking the board to look at it for the town meeting. So that's all the trouble that I've been able to make in the last day since I've been back from vacation, but.
We welcome you back, Bob. It's nice to have you
Yeah,
here.
welcome back.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, voice vote. Liz?
Yes.
Yes.
Mark, Tracy? Joyce?
Aye.
And I say aye.
Night, everyone. Safe home.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.